It is now time for that favorite time of every citizen in the city of Richmond, as well as residences. It's the open session to hear public comments before closed session. May we have a roll call?
Councilmember Brown,
Here.
Councilmember Robinson,
Here.
Councilmember Wilson,
Here.
Vice Mayor Cepeda,
Here.
and Mayor Martinez.
Here.
For the record, Councilmember Bana and Councilmember Jimenez will be absent the entire meeting.
And I just wanted to announce that we have a new council member, Mary Marble, who is here to.
Councilmember Marble, no.
Yes.
Present.
Yes, so yeah, she's only here for April Fools. So thank you for joining us.
Thank you. See you guys later.
Okay. And this is the
Wait, I have another city council member calling me right now. Hello? You'd like 14 chickens and 3 eggs? Is this for Easter? Okay, all right, we'll provide them as soon as possible. Thank you. Next.
Okay, this is a joint meeting of the City of Richmond and the Surplus Property Authority meeting. Under City Council, Council will discuss the following items during closed session. Item C1, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation. There's one case. Item C2, conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives Sharon Taylor, Jack Hughes, Lisa Charbonnet. And the employee organizations include SEIU Local 1021, the full-time and part-time units, IAPTE Local 21 mid-level management and executive management units, Richmond Police Officers Association, Richmond Police Management Association, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association. Under item C3, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, there's Winehaven Legacy LLC versus City of Richmond and Giddyville Rancheria of California et al. Versus United States of America et al. Under Surplus Property Authority, item C4, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Surplus Property Authority of the City of Richmond versus Riggers Loft Wine Company.
Do we have public comment?
We have one speaker, Cordell Hindler. You'll be allowed up to 2 minutes to address the council.
So good afternoon, Mayor Martinez, council. That was a good joke, by the way. So just wanted to lighten the humor up. So that being said, on C4 is I was just looking at the article in the Richmond Standard regarding this matter, and I think that Riggers Loft shall not go nowhere because they are a good business to our city. We need their money, and the city needs their money. So whatever the matter is between the city and Riggers, it can be worked out easily. So they want to pay rent too, pay rent, the back rent. So whatever it goes. So that's one. And then the second one is the unions. They always do good things for our city. So when y'all go into closed session, think about all the hard work and their contributions that these unions have brought in. And I'll just leave it at that.
And that was our only speaker.
With that, we will close the open session and retire to closed session. Here we go.
55. All right, have a good one.
It is now time to begin the regular meeting for the Richmond Housing Authority. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call.
Commissioner Brown,
Here.
Commissioner Robinson,
Here.
Commissioner Wilson,
Here.
Vice Chair Zepeda,
Here.
Lieutenant Commissioner Scott,
Here.
and Chair Martinez.
Here.
For the record, Commissioner Bana and Commissioner Jimenez will be absent the entire meeting. Okay, first item is statement of conflict of interest. Are there any?
There are none.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So I have a conflict of interest of one of the items that includes the TCC.
Is this for the Housing Authority? Or regular
Oh,
meeting?
sorry.
Okay.
Yes, no.
No, may I repeat? There are none.
Okay, our next item is agenda review. No changes?
No changes.
Our next item is the Housing Authority consent calendar. Oh, I'm sorry, it's Housing Authority open forum. We have one speaker. Cordell?
That's me. So good afternoon, Chair Martinez, Council. I looked at the consent calendar and I don't have no objections to the consent calendar, so approve it as is.
Next item.
Our next item is approval of the Housing Authority consent calendar. We need a motion.
I move the item.
A second?
Commissioner Brown?
Yes.
Commissioner Wilson?
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson?
Yes.
Vice Chair Zepeda?
Yes.
Chair Martinez?
Yes.
Lieutenant Commissioner Scott?
Yes.
The motion passes with Commissioners Bana and Jimenez absent.
Thank you so much, and I want to share my appreciation for Commissioner Scott. We don't see enough of her, but thank you for being here. With that, this is adjourned, and we now move on to the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. May we have roll call?
Councilmember Brown?
Here.
27. Councilmember Robinson?
Here.
Councilmember Wilson?
Here.
Vice Mayor Cepeda?
Here.
Mayor Martinez?
Here.
For the record, Councilmember Bana and Councilmember Jimenez will be absent the entire meeting. Our next item, Statement of conflict of interest, are there any?
Okay, here's my moment. So I have a conflict of interest on item V3B in the consent calendar, the international travel request for TCC project coordinator. As many know, the organization that I'm the executive director for, Urban Tilt, is one of the recipients of the TCC grant. So I do not make any decisions related to that grant, including whether or not this travel request would be approved. So I'm recusing myself, and I need legal kind of advice on whether or not I need to remove myself entirely during the consent calendar, or
You should remove yourself on that particular item, so you'll need to take that in two separate actions.
yeah.
Okay. Our next item is a report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
So on the closed session agenda, the first item, which is potential litigation in one case, we had a discussion on the potential matter. There was no reportable action taken. Second item, C2, which was labor negotiations. We gave a status report on labor negotiations, and direction was given to the negotiators, but there was no reportable action taken. On C3, involving Winehaven Legacy litigation, this item was not discussed. And with regards to C4, which is another litigation matter, which is the Riggers litigation, we gave a status report on that. Some direction was given to negotiators, but there was no reportable direction taken. That concludes the closed session report.
Okay, we have to go backwards, so I skipped over agenda review. Are there any changes?
There are no changes.
Okay. Our next item is report from the city manager.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez, members of the Richmond City Council and Richmond community. As a reminder, all of the items in the weekly report can be found online and by calling the city manager's office at 510-620-6512. KCRT, please put up the slide deck. Next slide. Next slide. On Friday, we had a wonderful time. I'm excited that we were able to hold our badge pinning ceremony here in the council chambers, honoring seven newly appointed personnel. The event recognized their dedication, leadership, and service to our community, and many of our family, colleagues, and city leaders were able to join us in celebrating their achievements. As you can see here, there's 7 members of our fire department that were recently promoted, and just want to thank them and acknowledge them for our service to our community. Next slide. Upcoming, we have our senior transportation workshop. The City of Richmond Commission on Aging is hosting it, and it will be on April 2nd from 1:30 to 3:30 p.m. in the Richmond Senior Center. If you have any questions, feel free to call 510-307-8087. And this is an opportunity, if you're a senior in Richmond or West County, the event is free, and it's to provide information and help with navigating the Rapid R Transit, Richmond Moves, BART Clipper cards, and Seamless Bay Area, and get hands-on assistance signing up for these services online and receive assistance so that it can be easy for seniors to use our services. Next slide. Currently, there's a cost of services study in progress with our recreation department. The survey closes on April 4th. If you have any questions regarding the survey, you can call the recreation department at 510-620-6793. We're encouraging anyone who's interested to please respond to the survey. It will evaluate the current cost structure, pricing methodologies, financial sustainability, and various recreation and community activities, programs, and services. And we're trying to ensure that the service fees are equitable and transparent and aligned with the community's values. Next slide. Upcoming on April 8th, our City of Richmond Youth Works and our Employment and Training Department is hosting a Young Adult Resource and Career Fair here in the Richmond Memorial Auditorium from 1 to 5 p.m. We encourage people who are interested in finding new career and training opportunities to please come out. For more information, please call 510-412-2044. Next slide. And coming up, our Recreation Department is hosting the Spring Egg Hunt. For all of us, we can attend from 10:45 to 11:30 a.m. That's for all ages if you're interested in participating in the egg hunt. For those of you people who have grandkids or young children that are under 5, they're welcome from 10:15 to 11 a.m. 10 and under is from 10:30 to 11:15 a.m. And that will be at Nickel Park. It's a great family event, and family and children are welcome to attend. If you have any questions, you can call the Recreation Department at 510-620-6793. Next slide. Thank you.
And now we have the new employee report. Greetings, Mayor, members of the City Council, Sharon Taylor, Human Resources Director. I'm pleased to present to you our March employee report. Albert Torres, firefighter trainee. Brandon Bachman, firefighter trainee. Brandon LaRocco, firefighter trainee. Gilberto Perez, firefighter trainee. Hugo Panuco, firefighter trainee. Marquise Davenport, firefighter trainee. Omar Diaz, firefighter trainee. Victor Osuna, firefighter trainee. Jessen De Leon, Senior Business Assistance Officer. Welcome back. Christopher Ponce, Maintenance Worker 1. Michael Gray, Maintenance Worker 1. Micah Brumfield, Lending Library Specialist in the Recreation Department. Jessica Walden, Lending Library Specialist, Recreation. Pham Se Chow, Office Specialist, Recreation Department. Maria Soto Castro, Office Specialist, Recreation Department. Mario Alberto Castillo, Public Services Support Librarian. Jonathan Scott Booth, Public Services Support Librarian. Aaron Phelps, Recreation Program Coordinator. Nicola Cicchetti, Public Services Support Librarian. Arthur Torres IV, Equipment Supervisor. Christopher Waite, Administrative Assistant, Public Works. Jonathan Gutierrez Ugalde, Police Officer Trainee. Alejandro Ortega, Police Officer Trainee. Darren Fitzpatrick, Assistant Deputy Director of Public Works. Tiffany Jenkins, Administrative Assistant, Recreation. Brent Williams, Building Inspector, Community Development. Pilar Mendoza, Office Aide, Public Works. Robbie Roller, Recreation Supervisor, Recreation. Violet Dowling, Lifeguard, Recreation. Miguel Balderas, Maintenance Aide 2, Public Works. Juan Alcuedo, Maintenance Aide 2. Marco Torres Lopez, Maintenance Aide 2. Eduardo Romero, Administrative Student Intern, Community Development. And we have promotions in March. Alexis Reed, Fire Inspector 1. Dante Wiley, Fire Marshal, Fire Department. Trevor Rogers, Fire Engineer, Fire Department. Congratulations to our promotions, and thank you for your time and your support.
Our next item on the agenda is open forum. This is an opportunity for the public to give comments on items that remain on the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. We ask that you please keep your comments respectful We have 3 in-person speakers. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council at this time, please raise your hand. Our first speaker is Cordell Hindler. You'll have 2 minutes to address the council.
So good afternoon, Mayor Martinez, council. I have some wonderful gifts for you all. But before I do that, if you remember at the last meeting that regarding the Chevron settlement of $550 million, part of that money should be going towards like revitalizing our buildings, because if you look across the street from the library, some of the buildings are dilapidated, meaning they are in the worst conditions. So that money should be like going towards our fixing up our buildings. We're trying to bring in some economic development. That's one. Then the second part is for a future agenda is to invite the new executive director to come and talk to us about what's going on with the port and how we can collaborate on what kind of initiatives that we want to see in Richmond. We're trying to take an example from them, because I was looking at their strategic plan and they celebrate all diversity. LGBTQIA, the Aloni and other folks. So we need to invite the new director to come to a future meeting. And that being said, I do have some proclamations for you all. So here you go, Ursula. So I was inspired by the last meeting that we had. We had 3 proclamations, and so I decided to give y'all a proclamation for yourselves. So here you go. And oh, what was the other thing? Gotcha. It's an April Fool's gag. So happy April Fools to everyone. So that's the gift from the heart. So I think they deserve a round of applause.
Our next speaker is Mark Wasberg, followed by Jamin Purcell.
President Trump is putting a hurt to the transgender movement. He's stopping them from doing just about everything. They try to infiltrate women's sports. He stopped that. He stopped these transgenders from getting phony passports and fraudulent birth certificates. Everything about him is a fraud and a lie. And most of the American people are getting on the bandwagon and banning gay flags and stopping this gay movement, which we have every right to do so. It's pretty sickening to see a guy walking around with a breast and earrings and lipstick and talking like a freak, just like that one transgender in Congress. They banned her from going into the women's bathroom because she's not a woman, she's still a man. And then Trump's going after the illegal immigrants. He's stopping them from getting everything. Student loans, stopping them from getting welfare, drawing phony Social Security. Some of them are just moving back. He says, you're wasting your time, and yet you people keep filing lawsuits. It ain't going to do no good. This goes to show how stupid you people are, supporting this filth and garbage, which they are. And they had a transgender day. You see all these freaks out in San Francisco, men walking around like a bunch of evil people. See, this is how sick our civilization's getting to be. I said law enforcement's getting more corrupt, our politicians more corrupt. Every trade there is, every profession there is getting more corrupt. Even the city council is getting more corrupt.
Time. Our last in-person speaker is Jamin Purcell.
Well, ain't that the joke? I would like to thank our city council for the support that it's had for its communities across the spectrum. In particular, I would like to let everybody know that we'll be having the 11th annual Richmond Rainbow Pride here at Civic Center on June 1st. And so I would like to invite everybody, city council members and as well the public. I would also like to say I really appreciated an email I got today from our new council member, Wilson. I really appreciated the addressing some of the issues that people have been saying that the city council has not been addressing. In particular, it was talking about fireworks. I know that this is a much larger issue than necessarily an individual city can deal with, but I appreciated that it was trying to bring attention to this and try to be able to engage people. And I also want to thank the city manager, who she had said she was working with in order to be able to create signs to spread education of why we should not be having these fireworks in our parks and in the areas along the edges of our community where there could be fires and whatnot. So I wanted to say I really appreciated that. But as well, I also wanted to say that there was a particular article, which I know that, which was about dog bites. And, you know, this is something that I think people have been talking about. This is an issue that we have with regard to not having our own animal services here in the city. I know that we have one of our former council members, I believe former council member Bates was saying that he was working on that. And I do think this is something that we need to be addressing because there has been kind of an explosion of animals after the pandemic. And so I do think that these are relevant issues that, you know, oftentimes the council gets accused of ignoring things, but I really appreciated the attention to detail and the opening of ears to be able to try and address these concerns and know where the city is making its progress. So thank you.
That was our last in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the one online speaker.
And that speaker is Steve Price. Steve, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, my name is Steve Price. I live in El Cerrito, and I'm a co-founder of El Cerrito Richmond Annex Walk and Roll, a citizen group advocating for multimodal mobility in our area. We want to let you know that our group has partnered with the cities of El Cerrito and Berkeley, BART, and Bike East Bay to organize the Go Green Mobility Fair at the El Cerrito Plaza BART station from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. on April 26th. Our area has a rich toolkit for mobility options beyond just driving cars. The challenge is to make the public aware and to show them how to use these mobility choices: biking, transit, car share, train travel, knowing how to use these means by themselves and also using them together to go anywhere you want without requiring car ownership. Tabling will include BART, AC Transit, 511 Contra Costa, local bike ped advocacy groups, climate groups, and others. We'll be showcasing electric micromobility vehicles such as e-bikes, neighborhood electric vehicles, e-scooters, as well as the El Cerrito Plaza BART transit-oriented development. There will be over 20 exhibitors, including Richmond Ride Today, which, along with a couple of other e-bike vendors, will be offering test rides. In addition, for the family, we'll have music, food, games, and a free Bike East Bay family cycling workshop, which will require registering in advance. We're looking forward to seeing attendees at the fair throughout our area, including Richmond residents. So please mark your calendars for the Go Green Mobility Fair on April 26th. For more information, you can go to our website, ecrawalkroll.org, or search for Go Green Mobility Fair. You can see announcements in the City of El Cerrito and the City of Berkeley's websites. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker for open forum.
Okay.
All right, then we'll go to the consent calendar. We will do it in two votes. We'll begin by voting for V3B, International Travel Request for TCC Project Coordinator. Do I have a motion and a second for that?
I'll make a motion.
And I'll second.
Okay. Roll call.
Motion by Vice Mayor Cepeda, a second by Councilmember Wilson. Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cepeda, sorry.
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Mayor Martinez.
Yes. So V3B, International Travel Request for TCC Project Coordinator, has been approved. Now we'll go on to the rest of the consent calendar, and thank you. So we need a motion and a second for approving the rest of the consent calendar.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes. Okay. Now we'll move to under public hearing. Pursuant to public notice, it's time to hold public hearings. Item W1 is to adopt an urgency ordinance pursuant to Government Code Section 65858, extending the temporary moratorium on the issuance of new permit, license, or entitlement for any new tobacco retailer in the city of Richmond for an additional 12 months until April 15th of 2026. This ordinance is intended to preserve the status quo, and it will not cause a direct physical change in the environment, nor a reasonably foreseeable indirect physical change in the environment. The enactment of this ordinance, therefore, does not constitute the approval of a project under the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, and it is exempt from CEQA. Codes 21065, CEQA guidelines, 15060C23, 15061B3, 15064D3, and 15378A. And this is a public hearing.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. I'm Lena Velasco. I'm the Director of Community Development. I'm joined this evening by my colleagues, Avery Stark, Acting Planning Manager, and Eva Mann, Code Enforcement Manager. So this evening, we are requesting that the council hold a public hearing and adopt an ordinance extending the tobacco retailers moratorium for an additional 12 months until April 15th, 2026. Just as some way of background as to why we're here this evening, in 2018, the City Council adopted regulations requiring tobacco retailers to obtain a local license. Included in those regulations included locational standards. When that ordinance was adopted, certain existing retailers were grandfathered in and allowed to remain even though they didn't meet the buffer requirements. However, over the years, we've seen an increasing number of unlicensed tobacco retailers as well as youth accessing tobacco products. The legal tobacco age is 21 now, and we've seen it in schools, and certainly a lot of these businesses are being patronized by young children. So the community mobilized, raised this to the City Council's attention, and the council directed staff to come back with a moratorium while we assessed the issues and looked at possibly developing a new regulatory structure for tobacco retailers. In addition, in January 1 of 2025, new state regulations have gone into effect, which ban the sale of flavored tobacco products as well as e-cigarettes. And so staff is sort of learning the process now of how those materials will be confiscated, and that is also contributing to the additional request of extending the moratorium. We've also hired Good City Company to assist us in doing both outreach as well as engagement with stakeholders and looking at what other cities are doing to address this issue around tobacco retailers. So I want to share a little bit of the findings that staff has found since we've began inspections of these tobacco retailers. The issues are broader than we expected. It's not just an issue of not obtaining the license, but we're also finding that tobacco retailers are employing underage attendants that are selling this product. So these are people under age of 18. We also have found retailers are selling unlawful cannabis, psychedelic mushrooms, drug paraphernalia, and some of this material we have found concealed in hidden doors, hidden drawers, as well as we're finding that there are tobacco products that are being marketed to minors and that the packaging is used often looks like other candy products, or soft drinks that you would commonly see, like an Arizona iced tea or gummy bears. And so the packaging itself is being marketed towards minors. We've also found that the retailers have mass quantities of flavored tobacco products, which as of January 1 have been banned in the state. So confiscating of these materials is going to be a new effort, and also just making sure that they're regulated and not available with our licensed retailers. So some of the existing conditions, we have 32 tobacco retailers who have been issued licenses prior to the moratorium. So they've continued to be renewed. So they had their 2024 license, and we as well issued their 2025 license. We're also monitoring 51 additional retailers that have been selling tobacco without licenses. And here's just a little bit of information of the recent changes in state law. So effective January 1, Assembly Bill 1328, as well as Senate Bill 1230, helped strengthen some of California's flavored tobacco laws by requiring the Attorney General to create an unflavored tobacco list of products that are legal for sale. This list is still under development. A list has been issued, but it's not a comprehensive list, and so the list will be continuously updated and expected to be final by the end of this calendar year. The laws also prohibit online and delivery sales of illegal flavored tobacco products. It requires tobacco sellers and deliveries to comply with all state and local tobacco laws. The CDTFA has also is allowing other enforcing agencies, which currently would allow our Richmond Police Department to seize illegal flavored tobacco products during inspections. So this process just went into effect in January, and so we're learning the process at both the Department of Justice as well as the California Department of Public Health, how they want us to handle the material before it's transferred to them for their possession as well as prosecution. So they've updated the definition of characterizing flavor in products, so we have a better understanding of what a flavored tobacco product is. They've also updated the definition of nicotine, and then they've increased penalties for non-compliant retailers, as well as updating penalties for retailers that are found selling to minors. So just wanted to share some information with the public. If you suspect a retailer is selling tobacco products to anyone under the age of 21, you can call 1-800-5ASK-4ID, or you can also email the Office of Youth Tobacco Enforcement at oyte@cdph.ca.gov. So this is one way at the state level that you can report potential violations. If you also suspect a retailer is selling illegal flavored products, you can also visit the CDTFA website or call CDTFA at 1-888-334-3300. We've also had an opportunity to map the existing retailers, both licensed and unlicensed. This is a zoomed-in version of where the majority of the concentration of these retailers are, which, as you can see, it's mostly in the central core neighborhoods of the Iron Triangle, Santa Fe, Coronado, as well as North and East, Belding Woods, and parts of Pullman. So it doesn't mean they're exclusive to here. We do have retailers in the Hilltop area as well as around Pacific East Mall. But this is really where the major concentration of retailers are, which, as the council may know, that we currently have a requirement that retailers should be 1,000 feet apart. So as you can see as mapped, we have many unlicensed retailers that are within those buffer areas. So just wanted to update the council, some of the measures that we've taken since April of 2024 when the initial moratorium. So as the council may recall, We started this process with the 45-day moratorium that was then later extended for an additional 10 months and 15 days to total 1 year. This evening, we're asking for an additional 12 months extension to that moratorium, and that's, while we don't anticipate taking the full 12 months, we only have one additional time extension. And so just in an abundance of caution, we're asking for the full 12 months. We're hoping not to use it. Our goal is to come back to you by the summer with regulations for your consideration. So just as some of the key measures, this is not an exhaustive list. We did provide the 10-day report, which is attached to the staff report. The city has hired Good City Company to help us update the tobacco retailers' regulations as well as the permitting process. And they're currently doing engagement around that. That's supported by the planning staff as well as code enforcement. We've developed an existing condition report which looks at the concerning trends around tobacco consumption, mostly around youth access. We've also looked at our current regulations and areas that could be potentially strengthened, looking at the number of both licensed and unlicensed retailer, as well as the number and the types of violations that we're seeing. So what are some of the additional issues we need to address? And I'll show you some photos of some of the other concerning factors that we've been finding. The existing conditions report was presented at a community workshop, as well as we obtained some input from stakeholders, and this was held on February 11th. Since then, we've also done a presentation to the Richmond Neighborhood Coordinating Council, and we held a tobacco retailers virtual roundtable on March 27th and have an upcoming workshop on April 9th. So just briefly to summarize, the current application process is, tobacco retailers are required to get a California tobacco retailer's license from the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration. They're required to get a city business license as well as a tobacco retailer's license from our code enforcement unit. And that license, both licenses from the city as well as the state are required to be renewed annually. So some of the enforcement actions, it requires regular inspections by both the city, and CDTFA has participated in inspections in the city as well as the Department of Justice. However, their teams are covering statewide. They have noted that they're seeing this issue not only in Richmond, but throughout the state, which has also put a burden on their resources, which is why we believe they've extended the capacity of other agencies to also confiscate materials. The other thing is the city can revoke its license if violations are found, including not obtaining proper licensing or failing to comply with the conditions expressed in their license. And that would include, selling to underage minors or as well as selling products that are currently banned. And then the process usually starts with fines, but can lead to a nuisance abatement procedure, which, we're sort of learning that process now of how we would close businesses that fail to comply with our enforcement actions. So here are a few of the photos illustrating some of the issues that we've encountered during inspections. Starting on the left, baggies of cannabis, illegal cannabis, that, the city does also have a cannabis retailer's license and requires a conditional use permit. So those that have been selling are not selling at properly licensed locations. The second image is one of the trapdoors we found behind a wall. And, again, they're selling product here where it's tobacco that's being bought out of state or out of the country, which is also illegal in California because you don't pay the same taxing rules. And so we found product that's coming in from Georgia and other states that may have fewer taxes than we do here in California. In addition, the paraphernalia the drug paraphernalia that we found also tend to be typical household products. One of the newest products that we're seeing is something called whippets, which is commonly used to make whipping cream, but is also now being used as drug paraphernalia. And so this is something too that we're going to have to consider regulating to make sure that if tobacco is being sold, that because this is not a home goods store, that, you know, how do we regulate or the stock of this product to make sure that it's being used as it's designed. So just as a summary, again, you know, staff needs additional time to work through these issues. Specifically, we're asking you to extend the temporary moratorium for another 12 months. While we don't anticipate using the full time, it is just one extension more that we're allowed to do. And so it just would help us to have the full 12 months, even though we don't plan to use it. In addition, the ordinance, once adopted, will take 30 days to go into effect, and it does require both Planning Commission recommendation as well as City Council first reading, second reading. And so we just want to make sure that we have enough time to complete those tasks. And it also gives additional time to have a better understanding of the new state laws and the process that the state is laying out for confiscation of materials, which is something we hope to incorporate into our regulations to be very clear if retailers, both licensed and unlicensed, are caught selling banned products, that we can and will confiscate. So with that, I'll just let Avery, will talk a little bit about the next steps.
Good evening, Council. Avery Stark, Acting Planning Manager. Thank you again. So upcoming next week, Wednesday, April 9th, we will have a community meeting. It'll be here in the Council chambers. It will be both virtual and in person, so we'll be prepared to help facilitate online conversation. And the goal and really the point of this upcoming meeting will be to actually share with the community a draft of where we are with updates to the Richmond Municipal Code as it relates to establishing potential permitting procedures in the planning entitlement, along with recommendations at looking at language in other sections of the municipal code to again help strengthen our ability to enforce and to act swiftly and be able to accommodate for the changing landscape of what's considered a drug paraphernalia or things that we're finding at this store. So I've got a few flyers here. It's posted on our city's website. You can also find it on our Facebook, and X will be posted. It's been posted for the last few weeks. It will also be in Sasha's City Manager's Weekly newsletter to help continue to spread the word. So again, highly encourage anyone to attend. We've got the information on our website, and if you want, got some flyers here, and anyone's welcome to come and talk to us. But it'll be an opportunity to really look at the draft, go through and have people comment on what it contains, how we're looking at enforcement, what we're doing in terms of buffers. Do we look at having a cap at the number of retailers in our city? What could that look like? Is it by council district? Is it by census tract, right? So we really have put together what we feel is a very well-founded and rounded approach based on a lot of other cities within California and then across the country who are also tackling this epidemic, and putting forward something that we believe not only would allow us as a planning division and a code enforcement and a police department to actually begin strengthening confiscation or the confiscating of products, but also provide a more rigorous approach to getting a tobacco retail license, very similar to the process of getting an ABC license to sell alcohol, and also similar to the process of getting a license to sell cannabis, either as a retailer, for which we have 3, or within the space of distribution, growing, and the like. So the goal here is to create alignment amongst really those 3 different types of uses so that we can, one, ensure that we're able to very, very ideally understand the person and the whom behind the operator of these locations. That's been something we found to be very challenging at this point as we go in and there's just a clerk or a young person who's there working, and you don't actually get the person whose name is on the license. So really pushing for a lot more due diligence on our part as a part of our responsibility upfront to issue license in the future. So again, next week, Wednesday, April 9th, in person or online. 6 to 7:30. It'll be here in the City Council chambers. Thank you.
And then just lastly, we are planning to meet with the school district staff. As we know, this is a challenge. They're also dealing with the schools, and so talking about how our permitting process can support, the decrease of use by the young people here in Richmond schools. In addition, we'll be presenting the draft regulations to Planning Commission for recommendation to the City Council. And then as noted, a new ordinance would require a first reading and a second reading by the City Council. And then at that time, 30 days after, we can sunset the moratorium. So here's, again, the recommended action is to open the public hearing, receive comment, and adopt the ordinance extending the urgency ordinance for another 12 months. And staff is available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for that presentation. So the public hearing is now open. Do we have any speakers?
Yes, we do. We have 6 in-person speakers. If there's anyone that would like to address the council on this item that's joining us online, please raise your hand at this time. As I call your name, please come forward. You will have 3 minutes to address the council. First speakers, Cordell Hindler.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez, council. Thank you, staff, for this presentation. So I do have some feelings about this moratorium. Extending for another 12 months, that's not feasible because people have lost money because of this. You got to think about them. Think about the businesses that have been around for years, 20 or 30 years to be precise. And I'm like, if I was a business owner, I would have got a letter from the city saying, how's this going to impact my business? Before you extend this moratorium, you got to think about the businesses that they have been around for years. How you think this is going to feel about? How you think they're going to feel about this? It's terrible. This whole moratorium is like it was good at first, but extending it for another 12 months, that's not feasible. You got business people, you got business owners as well as people who have to provide for their families. Think about that. Think about how this is going to affect them because if this moratorium goes into effect, all this money will be like the stock market. It's going to go down. If you want the moratorium to stay up, think about them. All this money that they provided for the city and for their business, it's going to hurt them deeply. So if I were you, I would think about this. Think about these businesses that have been around for years. And that's all I have to say about that.
Our next speaker is Mark Wasberg, followed by Aslam, Oscar Garcia, Ahmad Anderson, and Kathleen Sullivan. Mark Wasberg.
So won't the government go after the people who's making these products? Now, don't you, that's just basic common sense, right? You go after these people and you put them out of business. But, you cry over a tobacco store. I mean, if they're selling stuff illegally, then you have the right to fine them or close them down, right? We all know that. But you end up complaining about these tobacco stores, and yet you're promoting these people to sell marijuana at the smoke shops. You had a double homicide at the smoke shop there on 23rd, on McDonald Atwell's 23rd Street. I think it was about a year ago. You got a bunch of thugs hanging out the smoke shops. I don't see you complaining about that, right? I mean, like I said, during Prohibition, when alcohol was illegal, organized crime had a field day. But when they legalized it, they put the gangsters out of business. But like I say, it doesn't matter what happens. These kids are going to get it no matter what. There's always going to be somebody out there that's going to get on the black market and start selling this stuff. These retailers know that it's against the law to sell this stuff. It's like I said, you put them out of business. I mean, you give them a slap on the wrist, they're going to keep selling it. But if you put them out of business, that's it, it's over. But you people keep promoting all these smoke shops. I think you got about, 5 smoke shops down on 23rd Street? Then you got about 3 smoke shops down on McDonald Avenue? It don't make sense, right? Who you think's doing more harm? You think the tobacco store is doing more harm to young people than the smoke shops? Right? I mean, basic common sense. Matter of fact, there was a smoke shop down here in El Sobrante who got the windows busted out with a hammer the other day. They had the sheriff down there. I looked at it. They had big old holes in the window. I mean, see, if you really want to do something for the young people, you put these smoke shops out of business. They're just a nuisance to the community. They're still selling illegal stuff. Matter of fact, they even closed down this one smoke shop who was selling illegal drugs and was selling weapons. I think it was around about 6 years ago. See, you people are promoting this stuff. You're poisoning these young adults, and you cry back about tobacco. When I was a youth, 16, 17, we was buying all kinds of alcohol. We had our friend go to the store. We was buying Boone's Farm, Ripple. We was buying cases of beer. Sooner or later, they're going to get their hands on it. You know, when you're 16 and 17 years old or 15, you can't tell them nothing because they're just going to go out and do it.
Our next speaker is Aslam.
Hello, my name is Aslam. I'm here to speak here on behalf of my parents and I. The main target of this moratorium were the illegal stores on 23rd that did not have any tobacco license. Unfortunately, we were impacted at 2 of our locations that have always been in compliance. We always had our license. And every year we were also informed about the renewal time within a month ahead. Around a month, we would get the information to renew the license, and we were always happy to pay it. There were some businesses, most of the businesses did not get the information to update the license, but there were some that did receive the bill to renew their license, which is very unfair. Everybody would have been happy to pay these fines. My parents have been members of this community for the past 40 years since they migrated here in hopes of a better life. They've always helped the community, paid our bills, everything on time. This moratorium, if it gets extended, we've already been told by our company that we will lose our franchisee and we will have to go somewhere else. We will no longer be in business. If it's extended, we really cannot survive here in Richmond any longer, whether we want to or not. Yeah, that's it.
Our next speaker is Oscar Garcia.
Hi, good evening, City Council and staff. On behalf of the 23rd Street Merchants and the Iron Triangle Neighborhood Council, I would like to show strong support for the extension of the moratorium. As a reminder, the 23rd Street Merchants have been pushing the city to adequately regulate smoke shops for over 2 years now. Time for action is now. On October 6, 2023, there was a shooting with 2 fatalities at a smoke shop on 23rd Street. RPD lost the regulatory unit, and Richmond now has 83 smoke shops and 52 are unpermitted. Most are in the flatlands, as noted by staff, especially the Iron Triangle and along the 23rd Street corridor. This means our Black and brown youth are most impacted by these smoke shops. The city still has not inspected all of the smoke shops because there's so many. What else will they find when they continue these inspections? The staff report also shows that child labor is being used at smoke shops. Does Richmond want to follow Florida Governor DeSantis and put kids to work? Please do the right thing, extend the moratorium, and push to create an ordinance that will adequately protect the health of our youth. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ahmad Anderson, followed by Kathleen Sullivan.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and staff. I want to thank you for the report that was given by the staff. I'm here in support of the moratorium. I think there are a number of issues that have already been covered, but I'll just highlight a few as pillars. The public health and our youth protection, community well-being, that is excessive smoke shops can negatively impact neighborhoods by attracting crime, loitering, reducing overall quality of life. I understand, as Cordell said, the benefit of having economic development and the balance that road we should balance. But at the same time, we talk about those that are marginalized, the underrepresented community, the folks of color that are being impacted the most. We should prioritize diverse communities serving business instead of oversaturating areas and smoke shops. Environmental impact: increased tobacco sales lead to more litter, including cigarette butts and vape waste, harming local parks, public and spaces. I appreciate the recommendations by the staff: enforce strict zoning laws to limit the density of smoke shops, require community impact reviews before approving licenses, invest in youth education programs on about the risk of tobacco and vaping, promote healthier business alternatives that align with community values. A moratorium is a step towards a healthier, safer Richmond. There's a need for a balance, and there's more of a need to be concerned about the community and the health risks and the safety of our citizens.
Kathleen Sullivan.
Kathleen Sullivan, Richmond resident. You know, I appreciate the report by the City of Richmond and as well their thoughts on the recommendation for a continued moratorium. However, they talked about monitoring 51 retailers selling without a license. That's 51 retailers that right now have had to take product off their shelves. There are 51 retailers that many of them have been in City of Richmond before there ever was a smoke shop issue or concern. While monitoring was going on, compliance was going on, there are that many businesses that are right now in business, losing business, and even with the prospects of losing their businesses completely. Is this what we're really talking about here? My question is, from 2018, when the licensing process was put in place, what was happening between 2018 and 2024? What was going on? Where were the regular invoicing to our retailers? Where were the monitoring of their activity? Where was all that going on? So what I can see has happened is that we've got some unintended consequences for retailers that have been in business in this community for a very long time, and that's what's not fair. So while I am totally in agreement with us laser focusing on these smoke shops that have shown up in mega form in this community that it never should have been licensed in the first place. Where was the city then? Where were they? Who lost their eye on the prize of letting this many retailers open and operate? And then when you decide you're going to turn around and take a look at them and look at monitoring them, you throw out the baby with the bathwater? That's totally unfair to existing businesses. So I'm in agreement with there being a moratorium, but I think that with the quickness, there needs to be a grandfathering in of these historical businesses that have been in our community for more than 20 and 30 years that are not a part of this mess. Give them a conditional license for the next 6 months to a year, but taking the business and the food out of the mouths of people that have bought homes and got families and got people to feed from the businesses that they established in this town, some people born and raised in this town, this move could put them out of business completely. They got homes that they've bought. What's going on here? What was going on all that time, and now all of a sudden there's a blanket move on everybody? I'm supportive of a moratorium, but not on our existing long-term businesses. No, it's wrong.
That was our last in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the 5 speakers online.
And those speakers are Monica Marquez and someone with a device named MacBook Pro, Ali Wogoth, and iPhone 2, and another device named iPhone 5. Monica, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hello, my name is Monica Marquez, and I'm a senior health education specialist with Contra Costa's Community Health and Safety Branch Tobacco Prevention Program. Thank you for your consideration tonight on the extension of the moratorium of new tobacco retailers in the city of Richmond. The city of Richmond currently has a total of 83 retailers. Of those 83, 52 do not have a local license. With an estimated 375,000 tobacco retailers in the United States, that is about 27 times more than McDonald's and 28 times more than Starbucks. State and local governments across the country are acting to protect public health by limiting where tobacco products can be sold. Tobacco retailers are purposefully and disproportionately located in communities with a greater number of racial and ethnic minorities and low-income populations. Their proliferation and proximity to communities can exacerbate disparities and make it harder for people who use tobacco products to quit. They can also make it more likely that youth will initiate tobacco use. Setting a cap on the number of existing local licensed retailers based on population density can be one way to approach this. Unincorporated Contra Costa, Oakley, and Lafayette are among some cities that have established density caps. San Francisco caps the number of tobacco retailer permits at 45 in each of the city's 11 districts. Local governments have legal authority to protect public health and safety and to require tobacco retailers to obtain a license before selling tobacco products. The City of Richmond Tobacco Retail License Muni Code makes it clear that any person that has engaged in tobacco retailing at a location without a valid tobacco retail license shall be ineligible to apply for or be issued a tobacco retailing license. As the community health and safety branch that provides policy education and technical assistance on tobacco control policy and prevention, we are readily available to support city staff with the implementation and compliance of tobacco laws. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is has a device named MacBook Pro. Please state your name for the record and you may begin.
Hello, my name is Ardo Rentila. I'm calling from the Fairmead Hilltop Neighborhood Council and the RNCC. I'm here in support of the moratorium. I think that it would behoove us to listen to staff. There's a high cluster of emphysema and respiratory issues in the city of Richmond as it is. And quite frankly, peddling this poison and decking our kids is not a choice that I would like to make. So I support the moratorium and I support our staff, and I hope you do too. Thank you for your time. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ollie Wogelmuth. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Ali Wolgamuth, and I've been working with young people here in Richmond for over 15 years. And I'm speaking today in strong support of extending Richmond's moratorium on new tobacco retail licenses. This action is a critical step in protecting youth from the harmful effects of tobacco and nicotine addiction. Research shows that the greater retail availability of tobacco products leads to increased youth exposure, access, and use. By pausing the expansion of tobacco sales in our community, we give staff the time they need to develop recommendations that prioritize the health and well-being of our young people. I urge you to uphold this moratorium and continue working towards policies that reduce youth tobacco use. Thank you for your leadership on this important issue.
Thank you. The next speaker with the device named iPhone 2, please state your name for the record and you may begin. Speaker with the device named iPhone 2, please unmute yourself. Please state your name for the record and you may begin. Okay, we're going to move on to the next speaker. We'll come back to that speaker. The next speaker with the device named iPhone 5, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, Mayor and City Councils. I'm one of the business owners in the City of Richmond. We've been in business for over 25 years. Lately, we've been struggling with your, allegation about this law because we struggling with shoplifters, with other crimes and all that, but the city didn't support us. We need support from the city for our businesses. And we need a city, when you have a tobacco license for over 25 years and now you stop it from renew it, that's destroy our businesses because we want there's customers who wants to come to the store, not buying tobacco. We're not making money of tobacco. We're making money from other stuff because people who wants to come and buy a cigarette, they wants to buy a milk, they wants to buy a soda, they wants to buy chips, they wants to buy other stuff. How are we gonna survive to pay the bills? We pay our bills and taxes in time. We want the city to consider that. We have families to support. We have bills to pay. We have loans to pay. We have, mortgages to pay too. So begin like, we cannot give you the license because, no, we need to work with the city. We need the city to support us, to protect us, to be with us, not against us and everything. As a new businesses, the smoke shops are licensed. That's not my problem. If I'm a business, I'm paying the bills and pay taxes. I have no issue or selling nothing illegal. Why are you gonna not giving me or renew my license? So please consider that and address that in every point. Don't look on one side. Look look to it in every side, please. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll go back to the speaker with the device name iPhone 2. Please unmute yourself. You may begin. Speaker with iPhone 2, please try pressing *6 to unmute yourself. Okay, unfortunately, we are unable to connect with that speaker. So that was our last speaker for this item.
Thank you. The public hearing is now closed. It's time for clarification questions to staff. Vice Mayor Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, staff, for the great presentation and also for your time you spent with me last week, I believe it was, to try to get to know a little more about what's going on. So thank you for that update as well. I might ask some questions that I asked during that meeting, and it's for the purpose of the public to know what the answers I received that you might have already put in the presentation, but maybe not there. Can you help us understand how are you classifying tobacco retailers? I think it's important to have a base so that we can know the difference. Because I'm reading the agenda item from April 2nd, 2024, where council originally gave direction, and the main concern there was smoke shops and tobacco retailers. So I want to establish a base there first before my other questions. So if you have a definition between tobacco and then smoke shops and then the gift shops and whatever else they call them, t-shirt shops, chip shops, whatever. So can we start there?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So the definition of a tobacco retailer is a wraparound term that we use. There is not a separate one for a smoke shop or someone who sells tobacco. It is that any person who sells, offers for sale, or offers to exchange any form of tobacco, tobacco products, tobacco paraphernalia is considered tobacco retailing. And doing so constitutes a tobacco retailer. So you could be a convenience store selling your variety of snacks and chips and sodas, and by selling tobacco products, you are a tobacco retailer. We also have the instance where we have stores coming into the guides of, say, like a gift shop, which is generally happening at the deceiving of city staff at the counter as they're applying for a business permit. They come in and say, I would like to open up a gift shop. General retail is a permitted by right use. I don't have any reason to suspect that they're, we know now, but as far as the terms that get used, but anyone who engages in the sale of tobacco is considered a tobacco retailer. So we do not have a definition that splices someone who sells tobacco at a convenience store versus someone who just sells tobacco products only at a store. They are one and the same.
Thank you. So I think it'll be important as we move forward with an ordinance to differentiate between somebody like the 7-Eleven, for example, in my district. That's just one portion of what they sell versus everything else, versus a smoke shop. And again, but reading the agenda item from last year, the main goal was to target the smoke shops, all of the ones that popped up all of a sudden. So the main goal was that, and we know that they sell predominantly tobacco and it looks like other illegal stuff that you might have found in there too. So I think want to establish that base there, and I think that will be important to differentiate so we can have that in code. And then can you also help me define the word new? Because that is in several ordinances, and let me give a little bit of context with that there. Going back to the original item, we wanted to make sure that we put a moratorium on any new tobacco retailers. And I think what ended up happening, and it might just be because it's such a big issue, right? It's become a very big issue, that all the smoke shops. And I want to make sure that as we're dealing with the main issue, which is smoke shops, that we didn't accidentally drag in some of the prior retailers, as some of them were mentioned. For example, again, I'll use 7-Eleven, again, because they're in my district, one of them that are in my district. So I believe that the unintended consequences, they were already a retailer. They weren't able to re-up their license, but I don't think that they should be considered a new retailer because they had it prior. So I want to see if a definition of new, are we just saying if it expired, now it's new, or if it expired, that one can renew, but not new. I just trying to figure out that there.
So it becomes very difficult. So when the moratorium was drafted, we drafted anybody not having a legal license at the time. So, where it becomes difficult is we have some retailers that maybe had a license in 2018, but didn't have a license in 2019, 2020, 2021. So would you consider them, it wasn't 1 year, it was multiple years of not getting that license renewed. So it becomes sort of an issue of, for us, it was easier to say, okay, did they have a legal license at the time the moratorium was adopted? And so, because that would require us to issue a new retailer's license because they haven't had it for the last 4 years. And that was the case in most cases. Every once in a while, you would find somebody who got it in 2018, then missed 2019, but then got it in 2020. And so there may be even somebody who had it in 2024, but missed a couple of years prior, but we counted as being a lawful because they had it in 2024 when the moratorium was adopted. So that was really the only way we could distinguish. I think the council is going to have kind of bigger challenges too. I mean, today we talked about that there are 83 people that want to sell tobacco retail here in the city. And so if we don't put a cap or put some density, that means that we're going to have one tobacco retailer for every 1,300 residents in Richmond, which is probably too many if we're really trying to limit the health impacts of that type of product, and making sure that it's not. And then, in addition, the issue of the buffers. So yes, the council has adopted these buffers, but we have so many operators. I think there's only about 3 or 4 that actually comply with all of the buffers that have been set out. And so they were grandfathered. Many of them were grandfathered, but most of the ones that have popped up since don't meet those requirements. So if the council still intends to have a buffer from youth populated areas, whether it's schools or parks, we're going to have to come up with some more stringent regulations about even amortizing some of these business and saying that over time, after 5 years, they're going to have to close or stop selling if that's the objective, to meet these buffer standards too. So I think we just had to look at who had a license and not really think about how many years they were non-compliant, even if they had a license at one time.
Thank you. I think that's going to be important to try to define, and I can see the challenge there when they had it and didn't have it, and then they had it again. So I just want to put it out there so everyone understands. To establish a base, and that way when complaints come in or requests come in, we can kind of say, is it 1 year, is it 2 years? I would love a little more definition in there so that we can figure out how do we not persecute the businesses that have been with us for a long time. Because again, the intent of this moratorium was targeted at the smoke shops because they're the ones that had they sell the illicit drugs. It sounds like they came to city and asked for a permit for something, and then they ended up selling something else. So think that's the intent, so we can make sure that we can figure out the others. And then you mentioned that we are monitoring some of these individuals. What do we mean by monitoring exactly? Do we have someone going around every day, every week? What does monitoring mean?
Yeah, it's not every day. I mean, unfortunately, we don't have the resources to do it every day, but we do have a task force of code enforcement officers, Richmond police officers, fire inspectors, and Eva, I don't know if you want to add a little bit more, but they are going around issuing notices of violations, and if things are not corrected, they're also issuing administrative citations, and all of that will be used to make a case for nuisance abatements, which may end up doing both confiscation as well as closing a business down, potentially.
And then what are we doing with those individuals that are smoke shops? Again, the target of this were the smoke shops, and we have found them to sell illegal products, not just tobacco, but everything else in the picture. Are they closed? Have we shut them down? Because one, they don't have a business license. They've sold illegal products.
We have not been able to shut down any business. We have had some people comply with our cease and desist order. So there are some retailers that received our notice, were told to stop because they didn't have the proper licensing, but that is few and far in between. Many of them have continued to sell products, including banned products. And I think I sent information to the council at one time. The Department of Justice came to the city, as well as the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration, and they confiscated, I think, almost 8 vans of product, which included, and I will say the issues we are not just finding at smoke shops. These issues are also at convenience stores and other small markets. So it's not just the smoke shops. We do agree that better definitions around different uses are going to be needed, particularly as we talk about the drug paraphernalia and all these other issues we're finding, but they're not isolated to gift shops, smoke shops. We are finding them at the convenience markets as well.
Can you tell me a little more about why we haven't been able to shut them down? What's stopping us? Again, they don't have a business license. They're selling illegal stuff. So not only are they illegal, they are selling illegal products. What do we need? What resources can we provide to you and your departments to immediately shut them down because they're a danger to our community?
Yeah, I mean, I think right now we're working on developing, so starting January 1 of this year, it became more than just the CDTFA can do confiscation. So we have that ability now through the police department. So we are working with their limited resources. We are hoping to amend our ordinance to expand confiscation abilities to code enforcement officers. But the challenges, I mean, the challenges are mirrored in the sense like we have to figure out where to store all this material because, and then there's appeal processes that retailers will have to possibly get their product back. And so we have to inventory all of the products. So a lot of it is just a lack of resources. We are currently in the process, the council has allocated additional staffing for code enforcement. We're going through a recruitment process. Luckily, we got over 120 applicants, which now we have to go through the interview process, which is a good problem to have in that there's interest in serving this community and filling these positions, but then it's training. So I think we're going to start to see progress. We've gotten some additional instructions from the DOJ, the Department of Justice, the CDTFA, the California Department of Public Health, how they want us to inventory confiscation product, and then how we'll actually be able to transfer the material to them for destruction. But this is a whole process that's new to us, and so we've been learning, trying to make sure that the guidance is there. We're crossing our I's, dotting our T's. Oh, opposite. Dotting our I's, crossing our T's.
Now, let me ask again. So one is the confiscation. So they're selling illegal product, we confiscate. The other one is they've sold illegal product and they still don't have a business license. not having a business license, I see it in twofold. One, they didn't even have the courtesy to come to us to say, we want to start a business, right? We want to be business friendly. But then also, they're not giving us any sales tax, right? Which goes against what we're trying to build in our community, because we use that for our streets, our roads, our lights, et cetera. Public safety, we're going to use that to help pay your salary, staff salary, not necessarily yours, but staff salaries to help keep our community healthy. Right, so I see that as a slap in our face. So why can we not shut them down illegally? There is one right on 23rd Street that opened up in my former campaign office. Right, it was a vacant lot that nobody was using. Then I used it, and they came right behind me, and they opened it up. They're illegal. Shut them down. There's another one that people mentioned that had the shooting. They're selling illegal product. Shutting them down. What do we need? Maybe it's our city attorney that can help here as well. Do we need our legal team to go in, RPD to go in? They need to be stopped and closed down.
Yeah, I mean, I think, Measure U does have some enforcement provisions that, again, we would look to the finance department to help, or the city attorney's office to work in conjunction with code enforcement around those issues. We have noted which ones are missing city licenses and have forwarded names and information to those bodies, but I don't know if we've actually done any enforcement around business licenses.
So, again, we're going around just so that I think we need to shut, not I think, I know we need to shut them down. Yes. Because that is telling everyone and anyone, you can come to City of Richmond, sell illegal stuff, and you can get away with it. We need to change that dialogue and say, you come to City of Richmond, you sell, you use whatever illegal stuff, there's repercussions to that. And right now, that's not coming across. And we're hearing it from the community, especially around the smoke shops. Right, so let us know what tools you need, but they need to be shut down immediately. If we need to issue more citations, but if they already have, again, they're illegal. That's the whole part, is like, if they're illegal, why are we allowing them to continue? And not only are they illegal, but they've showed us that if it was a small mom and pop shop that they're selling t-shirts and that's only t-shirts and they forgot to come and get a business license because they're new, hey, let's work with them. But if all of a sudden you open up a back door and they've got a bunch of weed and whatever else they're selling, right? It's no longer a mom and pop shop that's forgetting about their t-shirts. So we have to go after. So we just have to be more proactive in that, however we can. I know we're short-staffed, but we really have to go after those individuals. So I'll pause here. I have more questions. But I want to let my other colleagues, if they have anything else there.
You may have more questions, but you only have seconds left.
Perfect. I'll save them.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Robinson.
Hey, so I kind of want to continue. I guess do we know what mechanism we're missing so that we can, go tomorrow to these places and say, you're out of business?
We've received some additional clarity, and we will be doing additional inspections the following weeks. I mean, I think right now what would be beneficial to all of us is to be able to extend the moratorium, to let us work out the details of what all of the discussion items. We do think there are additional tools that would make it easier to do what you're suggesting quicker. Where the remedies will come faster without having to go through such a long documented, history of violations, but so we do think there are going to be provisions within the ordinance that will make that work easier, and there'll be more clarity around that with even the operators.
Yeah. I'm with people with not understanding if people are selling illegal things, why we can't just shut the doors. I guess I just don't understand that. I hear what you're saying, but I still don't understand it. And then the next one is, of the 52 unlicensed locations, do we know how many of those had a license at one point in time between 2018 and today? Like, is it a large percentage? Is it a small percentage?
All of the ones that came over from the PD. It's the total that came over from.
That's it.
That's
No,
it.
but we had a couple.
Just a couple that don't have license at all. But the other ones all came from PD.
So I think it's probably a handful. I mean,
A handful.
less than a dozen.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe two handfuls.
So it does concern me when I'm hearing about, you know, kind of legacy retailers who have maybe fallen down on getting their licenses and it's a main part of their business model. And I would like to see a extension of the grandfather to include any outlet that had a license at some point in time, to get another opportunity to renew that license and not be included in the moratorium. Especially if it's a handful, so that we can keep our focus on the kind of problematic new ventures. And the last question that I had is, you know, in doing that, perhaps because we're trying to figure out this buffering and things like that, that those could be some kind of a conditional license. If we're able to grandfather in these kind of historic businesses that had licenses at one point. But I would not like it to be conditional for like 12 months. That's not security. But maybe it has to do with if the business is sold or if it goes into other hands, then they would have to apply for a new license under whatever rules exist at that time. But the folks that currently own would have an opportunity to be grandfathered in if they've been around for 25 years and whatnot. It's a critical part of their business. Yeah, I think the other questions were answered, so I'm not going to beat a dead horse on them, but I just would really like to understand why we can't shut down folks who are selling drugs from a retail spot. I don't get it.
Okay, Councilmember Brown?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation and for all the information that you've provided thus far. Just from my understanding, the businesses that existed prior to the moratorium, they were not impacted, right?
Correct. They have not been impacted. Their license was allowed to remain and it was renewed for 2025.
Right. And so based on what we know, like there's 82 out of 84 tobacco retailers that are not in compliance.
No, there's 32 that have licenses and 51 that do not have licenses.
Okay.
83 total.
Oh, 83 total in the 51.
No license.
No license, okay. And so I understand the legacy of many of the stores that are here, but what can we do to assist those businesses to adhere to the current ordinances? Because what I'm hearing is that we're gonna have one set of shops and retailers adhering to this group of, guidelines, and then the other to this group of guidelines based on longevity or based on, those things. So is that correct in like the direction?
So what we anticipate that as it relates to location, they may not meet the buffer.
Right.
But in terms of flavored tobacco products, excuse me, the state has banned those. So everybody will need to comply regardless of whether they were a legacy retailer or a new licensed retailer. But there may be some slight differences, mostly around the buffers, but we expect, the operations, one thing for the council to consider is you could say all clerks at tobacco retailers need to be a minimum of 25 years of age. And I'm just throwing out a random number. And so any licensed retailer would have to comply, however, the locational standards may not be met.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we are not creating like a bias where we are having one set of shops and organizations, because as mentioned, not just smoke shops are the businesses that paraphernalia have been found. So, have those legacy buildings or shops or retailers that have been around for long periods of time, have those shops been included or retailers been included in those findings? Or just more recent opening?
Yeah, no, we've summarized those issues that we found in different stores. We have not just focused on the unlicensed, but we're finding violations across the board, and some of it is just new things are coming into play, for example, the flavored tobacco products. But yeah, no, I certainly agree with you that parity amongst operations will be helpful with enforcement once the locations are confirmed.
Okay, so that's all. Thank you.
All right. If there are no other questions, okay. Councilmember Wilson.
So I appreciate the presentation. I definitely agree that we're going to need to, with your recommendation, that we're going to need to extend the moratorium, which is the decision we're making today, in order to give some more time to come up with an ordinance. If I'm understanding it correctly, the first draft of the ordinance is going to be shown to the public next week. So as you said, although you're asking for a one-year moratorium, it is not likely that you're actually going to need 1 year. Did you give a sort of rough estimate of how much more moratorium time you think you'll actually use?
I think our goal is to come in the summer or, around July, meaning potentially getting to Planning Commission in June and then coming to City Council in July before your August recess. The ordinance will likely take 30 days after second reading, so it may not be in effect until early September, but that's our target timeframe right now.
And again, I just want to make sure that I'm sort of repeating some questions, but I want to make sure I understood the answers. So Councilmember Robinson asked about, I guess we're calling them sort of the legacy tobacco retailers who are not currently allowed to sell under the moratorium. And if we define legacy tobacco retailer, if that's not selling, it would be, if we define it as people who at one time had a license. So the licensing started in 2018. So if sometime between 2018 and 2023, they had a license, but then they didn't in 2024, which is what criteria that was set for being allowed to continue to sell tobacco. You said it was about 12 was the estimate of how many people got sort of caught in that situation.
Yeah, we're confirming. I mean, we would need to confirm, but we don't think
it's not 51.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And so, can you kind of characterize the other 50? I mean, I know it's it's tough, but I'm trying to understand who the other 51 were. Were these other mom and pop shops selling, convenience stores selling all sorts of things, including tobacco, and just never got a tobacco license, or are these the smoke shops that popped up and are also selling cannabis? I mean, I'm trying to, it's hard to make policy without kind of understanding. And you're doing a good job, but I'm having a little trouble grasping who that 51 is.
I think as Avery was mentioning, a lot of them have come in through the guise of gift shops. Now, when you walk inside, they're selling tobacco, they're selling T-shirts, they're selling paraphernalia, snacks, drinks, chips, chocolates, So it looks like a convenience store, and in some cases they may be selling T-Mobile radios or burner phones or cell phones, and so But a lot of them have come in through the skies of either a convenience store or a gift shop, which we define it as general retail, specialty retail. But I think their sales of those other products are minimal compared to tobacco and other
Okay,
products.
that's very helpful, actually. And so I guess then I'm going to also, if I don't know if we can make amend this motion at some point. I always forget how this process works. But I share Councilmember Robinson's sense that if we could take the people who, I would say, who are these legacy tobacco vendors who previously had a tobacco license and had an appropriate business license, if we could allow them to sell during the moratorium time, I would support. If someone wanted to make that motion, I would support it. But before you clap, I also do have, yeah, because I've got very complicated views on this. I also do have the concern, like I don't share Councilmember Zepeda's sense that all we're trying to do here is get the bad smoke shops, with the secret doors. I think we also have to look at the overall, when you're crafting your final, my sense is when you're crafting your final policy, you are looking at also questions of density and so forth. So I'm not sure, I suspect I don't think all 83 of these current tobacco vendors should continue to be tobacco vendors. But I at least don't want to exclude people who I think tried to comply with the law, is the sense that I have. And then the second piece of it is, or question I have is, I noticed that it was an outside contracting agency, I think it's called Good City, that you hired in order to do the research and sort of initial recommendations. I normally don't like contracting things out, but I understand that the speed was of the essence and you didn't have the staff capacity to go out and survey. This must have been a huge job to survey, find all these shops and go in and find the trap doors and whatever you're finding. But moving forward, is the idea that enforcement in the future is going to be within city staff's purview, or is there a plan to continue to use contractors?
Yeah, and just to clarify, so Good City has been supporting the development of the regulation. While they did participate in a few inspections, the inspections have been mostly done, or have been all done through code enforcement, Fire Prevention Bureau, Richmond Police Department. The Contra Costa Health has supported and participating in those. So all of the inspections have been done by city staff. Good City is more of a planning contractor that's helping us with the regulation, the municipal code, the community engagement work.
Yeah, that's very impressive. So I won't take up a lot of time with this, but just to say that when you're crafting the ordinance that you're going to start to share, I hope you're also sort of thinking of a reasonable staffing plan so that we have city staff to enforce, because I think we're going to need it.
All right. It seems like we have 4 issues here. One of them is the billing process. It seems like some of the tobacco people received the license renewal in short notice or after they should have gotten it. So is there any way that we can improve the billing process so that they get it in a timely way?
Yeah, I mean, we mailed them all notices. I will note that, we have noticed some licenses have been wanting to be transferred where the name does not match the original person on the license of who's operating the business now, which again, it's not a transferable license. So we may have been sending notices to the original licensee, which is not the new operator. In addition, we are developing a new permitting system, which is called IMS, and that should be launching later in April. So that will have more of an ability to do these notices. So starting in October, we could start to send notices. November, a reminder gets sent. In December, it's a final notice. So this new permitting system is going to give additional automatic notices to retailers.
Okay, the other item is unlicensed shops. So when we say unlicensed shops, we're actually talking about shops not licensed for tobacco, not shops to be open. So we need to make sure that when we say unlicensed shop, we're not talking about shutting the shop down because they're selling tobacco. We're only talking about having them removed items that they're not licensed to sell. Is that correct?
You know, I sort of, that, we've been addressing this issue specifically around tobacco retailer. I mean, I think it's been mentioned this evening that we may have businesses operating without business licenses and the need to close them down. So it sounds like there's multiple things at play, but our focus has really been about removing the tobacco products. Now, you've raised this evening issues around business licenses, which we'll follow up with appropriate staff on kind of enforcement around that. But our goal has been to remove the tobacco products from the retail market.
Okay, and then another issue is the new law restrictions. Is there a program to educate the sellers of tobacco around the new law restrictions?
I mean, the new law went to effect statewide. I'm not aware of them providing any educational workshops, so if it is something that we'll need to do with retailers, we will include it as part of our process. I know Contra Costa Health has been doing some education with the public around that issue, so we can make sure to include that in our education with potential retailers.
And then the fourth issue I seem to have lost. But I do believe that we need to be fair, equitable in our process, and we need to take all accounts into consideration, such as proximity to each other, proximity to schools, and then making sure that illegal products are not sold in any shop. So I'll leave it at that. And Councilmember Robinson.
So I just had a question actually for the city attorney. I'm wondering, when it comes to enforcement, do we have any existing ordinances, rules that if somebody is using a retail location to sell illegal things, that we can close that retail location? Like, is there an existing ordinance that we could use to have more immediate enforcement?
I don't know of an ordinance that says you can close the business down for an illegal sale. You'd have to, if you had a record, you would cite persons, and if they didn't correct their behavior, you could get to that point. But we have to build a record with regards to the businesses. So
it's not legal for a city to come and close down a business because of illegal activity?
If you can, for a nuisance abatement type of process, you abate the nuisance by correcting the behavior. The issue is whether, I haven't consulted on whether we've established, which we may have in terms of ongoing behavior.
As a part of this process, can the city attorney's office also look at what existing enforcement mechanisms we have in our ordinances, and if we need and where we need to strengthen these so that we can have more decisive, immediate actions to, kind of close these businesses?
Yes, we've talked about a number of different types of businesses, types of situations that are occurring, businesses that should be grandfathered.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about, I'm specifically having a reaction to businesses that were, selling that, you know, are selling things that are illegal, being confiscated by other agencies, but yet they're still open today.
I understand. What I'm saying is, I think the situation appears fairly complicated, that businesses fall into different categories. And again, maybe they've consulted with somebody else in our office, but what I'm hearing here is some of it is new, and I think we need to do what you're talking about, is look at how to establish enforcement that will be meaningful. And, you know, there are businesses that are unlicensed. Those businesses can be closed down.
So I would like to make a motion, if I can, to extend the moratorium with the following condition, and that is that any business that had a previous license, tobacco license, between 2018 and 2024 gets an opportunity to renew that license, even if they've missed a renewal period. That should be, if numbers were correct, somewhere in the 12-ish of the 52 number. And they also need to have a valid business license to be eligible for that condition. Valid business license and had a tobacco license at some point between 2018 and 2024.
Okay.
And then extend the moratorium for all else. And then for those folks that are grandfathered in, I would like staff to come back with a recommendation, have those grandfathered conditional permits have some conditions on them. And I would like the staff to come back with what those conditions would be, because I understand that we're trying to put in buffering and other things. So something that would be fair to the business, so they wouldn't have to shut down in 12 months and lose their franchise agreement, but also, you know, support our effort to protect the health and wellness of the community. That's my motion.
A question of clarification. Does this mean license to individuals? For instance, let's say I have a legacy smoke shop or selling tobacco in a legacy location. I sell the business to another person. Is that license transferable?
No, I'm saying that it would need to be the same person.
Okay.
If the same owner who had the business license in the past, you know, missed for some reason, they didn't get a notice or whatever, to renew that license, they get an opportunity, and I'm talking business, tobacco license, they get an opportunity to renew it in this moment, in this window, with the conditions that I'm hoping you guys can come up with so that they're fair to the business owner, but also have an eye to our aims at health and wellness, protecting health and wellness. They have to also have had and continue to have a business license. If they do not have a business license but had a tobacco license at some point, they would not be eligible.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry?
Yes, go ahead.
I was just saying, I had a clarifying question regarding those that we're going to allow the conditions for. Were any of those retailers found participating in any illegal activity aside from not being compliant with the fees?
I can't confirm that at this point, but it is something, if you're asking us to come back, we can confirm that.
I think that's just going to help me, like, with decisions, because if those 12, like, if we're allowing them these conditional uses, but they were participating in those activities that we're, you know, not fond of, will we still be, you know, moving that direction?
So I would personally think that if these legacy operations that had a tobacco license at one point in time, if they were also selling weed,
Well, I'm just saying
magic
anything, 'cause
mushrooms,
I saw a lot of other, I saw a lot of other stuff.
Maybe they're not eligible anymore. I do have my concerns about the flavored tobacco because I am not sure that everyone really knew about that new law if it wasn't an education campaign that went out and clearly let people know that it was illegal to sell it.
There was an education campaign.
I didn't hear that. I heard that they weren't sure if there was something that went out. So I'm sure about that.
So I'm just saying, will we be adding an exclusion for, like, if those businesses were to come back and they had been participating in something of that nature, would staff still be able to go ahead and provide that renewal?
I think that in terms of these legacy folks that I'm hoping that we can agree to give them a chance to grandfather in so they don't lose their businesses.
Right.
In terms of those folks, if they have not been doing illegal activities, I think that they should be eligible. If they have been doing illegal activities, then I think that they should not be eligible.
Right.
I do feel like outside of that, outside of these legacy folks, that they need to wait for the moratorium and the results for a moratorium, and everyone needs to be under whatever rules that the moratorium comes up with.
Right. That's just what I wanted to know. Like, are we making that exception if something comes back? So are we saying that we are?
So if one of the legacy folks came back and they were one of the places that they discovered the secret door with all the stuff, then I would say that they're not eligible to be grandfathered in.
Thank you.
Point of clarification. Did we not have a presentation on flavored tobacco by the same people who did who are going to be doing the hops presentation in City Council?
You know, I don't know, Mayor. We can confirm that. Community Development has not done that type of presentation, but again, it's a state law that comes into effect. It's on the news many, weeks and months. But was there an educational campaign? I don't know. Maybe the folks that are going to be here later can confirm that.
Okay, I was pretty certain that we had done a presentation and passed, the City Council passed a ordinance against having tobacco, cigarettes, and vapes with various flavors that were favorable to young people. Like one of them was what was it? Dragon vomit.
Yes, the council has adopted its own local ordinance regarding flavored tobacco, menthols.
But my question is did we do a mailer or something to all of our businesses so that they know that those are illegal?
Yeah, we'd have to confirm, because this was a large of this function was under the regulatory unit. But it's certainly, we have a process now. We've been sending information to retailers, so we will advise them around these particular issues. But if I can just ask a clarifying question. So what I'm hearing this evening is a motion to adopt the ordinance extending the moratorium, but with staff direction to come back with a list of retailers that at one time had a license, have a current City of Richmond business license, and during inspections have been found to not be engaging in illicit activities aside from having the tobacco retailer's license. And then at that point, you would make a decision on granting them a provisional license for tobacco retailing. Is that you're wanting us to come back? You'll take a formal motion around that issue, but it's the direction this evening to come back with that information.
Yes.
And I wanted a friendly amendment of looking at the.
We do not have a second yet, Mayor. Okay, sorry.
I'll second that.
I wanted to include a friendly amendment of looking at the billing process, so that the billing process, so that the licensee would have a opportunity to contest, to pay the license fee in a timely manner.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I accept that.
If I may, I just looked it up on the City of Richmond website. April 17th 2019, so several years ago, banned the sale of menthol and other flavored tobacco products. So
Yeah, again, I'm not saying that it wasn't banned. I'm saying, did we have a clear campaign that made it, just clear that that had happened? Like just a mailer to everybody. Did that happen? Did we mail out? Did we notify? Or did we declare it and expect people to watch city council, which I'm not sure that everybody does. I know, I know we like to think so.
Everybody
but-
does.
So I think I have a second, and I accept the friendly amendment.
Ready?
Let's take a vote.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes. Councilmember Bana and Jimenez absent.
Thank you.
Our next public hearing Our next public hearing is to adopt an ordinance pursuant to Government Code Section 65858, extending the existing moratorium 22 months and 15 days on the issuance of building permits requiring a new sewer connection to the Keller Beach sanitary sewer and declaring the urgency thereof pursuant to Government Code Section 65858. The ordinance is not a project under the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, as it maintains the existing physical environment and prevents changes in the environment, thereby having no potential or direct or reasonably foreseeable indirect physical change, CEQA Guideline Section 153788. It is also exempt under Guideline Section 15060C2, as the activity will not result in a direct or reasonably foreseeable indirect physical change in the environment. There is no possibility that adoption of this ordinance will have a significant effect on the environment because it maintains the existing condition of the environment, Section 15061B3. And this is Public Works item.
KCRT, can we put up the PowerPoint presentation, please? Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Martinez, members of the City Council, and members of the public. My name is Robert Armijo. I'm the Deputy Public Works Director and City Engineer, and I have with me Mary Phelps, who's our Water Resource Recovery Manager. Tonight, we're presenting on the ordinance to extend the Keller Beach sanitary sewer moratorium for 22 months and 15 days, and also providing an update on actions taken, next steps, and Council's future decisions. The Keller Beach sanitary sewer is a critical but aging piece of infrastructure, and without intervention, it presents serious environmental risks, infrastructure limitations, and potential regulatory challenges. Our goal tonight is to discuss why this moratorium remains necessary, what solutions are working toward, and how we are ensuring that the community stays informed and engaged. Next slide.
How did we get here? This all basically started with our Baykeeper Settlement Agreement, which began actually in 2006. Because the city did not reach compliance, it was renewed in 2018. Baykeeper came to the city and said, you must condition assess all of your gravity and force main sanitary sewer lines within the past 10 years. The city made this accomplishment with the exception of the Keller Beach sanitary sewer line. We wrote to Baykeeper and said, we've assessed all our gravity and force mains with the exception of Keller Beach. Baykeeper came back and said, nope, no good, you gotta do Keller Beach as well. We wrote to Baykeeper and said, well, it's really not that accessible. It's got, we can only access it at low tide, so on and so forth. Baykeeper said the settlement is still enforced. You must condition assessment. So basically what the city did was the city hired Coastland to do a condition assessment. That report was brought before City Council back in 2023, January of 2022, via resolution adoption. And with that assessment, another contract was written to Coastland in July of 2022 to determine a feasibility study of what the options were to fix this Keller Beach line. The reason that a feasibility study was required is based on the assessment report that we submitted to Baykeeper. It came back and said, well, there's a lot of grade 5s. A grade 5 condition assessment basically means imminent failure. And Baykeeper has basically dictated to the city, you must fix all grade 5 pipes within a certain amount of time. So the city came back and said, okay, we'll do a feasibility study to determine what the options were. Coastland began this study. The city contracted with Coastland to do this study. We all know what happened with Coastland. There's no need to repeat the options and the fiasco that happened with Coastland. Oh, sorry. I thought someone asked a question. Sorry, it was a glitch. Based on that, we put Keller Beach to the side. Baykeeper came back and said, what have you been doing with Coastland? Or what have you been doing with Keller Beach? We came back and said, we kind of put it on the back burner for now. Baykeeper came back and said, no good. You need to give us an update on what you're doing. So we then put it back on the front burner, and then we said, okay, we need to review the moratorium, what we've been doing, so on and so forth. So what we did was we decided to take a look at what our options were. We engaged the community with the help of Kearns and West through a short-term service agreement. This is based on the fact that they are a public outreach consultant, and they would help us to determine, conduct public meetings, establish a website, email engagement, so on and so forth. So based on that, we are now working on getting towards a feasibility study that will include all options regarding the repairs, replacement, or relocation of the Keller Beach sanitary sewer line. Next slide.
Okay, so actions to date. The current 45-day urgency moratorium that was adopted on February 18th of this year remains in effect until April 4th of this year. This short-term measure was intended to give the city breathing room to finalize interim strategies and prepare for a longer extension consistent with the city's past actions. This current action that staff is recommending today is a 22-month, 15-day extension that allows a sufficient time for the study, public outreach, and for us to progress on our solutions, particularly our interim solutions. Under state law, moratoriums affecting housing developments require approval from the California State of Housing and Community Development, or HCD. Staff submitted the required documentation, and HCD has confirmed the matter is legal and management is legal after its management and legal review. While we are, they have sent in a letter to the city very recently explaining that they do approve of this moratorium. Also, at the same time, concurrently, on March 5th, staff has been releasing and working on various requests for proposals. We released an RFP for the engineering consultant to conduct a comprehensive feasibility study. This is the consultant that would replace Coastland, who withdrew from the process. That RFP will open mid this month. This study will evaluate both certain interim alternatives, such as rerouting of a partial rerouting of sewage, cathodic protection, and we'll also look at any other types of interim measures that can be taken that might relieve some strain on this sanitary sewer. And then, of course, the final engineering solution will be explored in this feasibility study, which, as Mary had mentioned before, would look at various alternatives for the replacement, rehabilitation, or relocation of the sanitary sewer. We expect to bring a recommendation to council for a contract, hopefully by June of this year, based on this RFP process. This process will ensure both technical integrity and procurement transparency. Next slide, please. So as previously mentioned before, for next steps, first step is consultant selection. The city is finalizing contracts with 3 key consultants, each addressing a critical aspect of the project. The city has issued RFPs, an RFP, as I mentioned before, for engineering services to conduct a feasibility study. This will result in selecting a consultant that will analyze certain interim alternatives and the final solution. As I mentioned before, we anticipate bringing that recommendation to council by June of this year. Also, we are planning on bringing we hope to have it to council by now, but we ran into some administrative snags, but we would like to bring the Kearns and West contract, our outreach consultant, hopefully by April 15th of this month. And then we have already hired a consultant, Watt Earth, to explore the holding tank option, which will allow for development to progress and hopefully address the immediate needs of the moratorium so that developers can and property owners can continue to build their homes in the project area. As I mentioned before, we are looking at interim solutions. The sewage holding tanks are being explored by Watt Earth, who is currently under contract and is underway in their efforts. This will allow limited development activity while protecting public health and environment during the moratorium. The standards are expected to be ready in the next 6 to 9 months on the holding tanks. And of course, staff also welcomes other innovative community ideas that may be studied as part of these interim solutions. Any solution that should be considered should be technically sound, environmentally responsible, and aligned with our long-term wastewater management goals. And then, as I mentioned before, our final engineered solution that's coming through the feasibility study would evaluate long-term solutions as well as interim solutions, including the partial rerouting concept that was proposed by community members to divert sewage flow from Golden Gate Avenue and adjacent streets away from the Keller Beach sanitary sewer line. This new consultant, which we currently have an RFP out for, will also assess technical feasibility, costs, permitting needs, and potential environmental impacts. The overall timeline for the final design, permitting, construction could extend 5 to 7 years. The study itself, the feasibility study that I've been talking about, we don't have a timeline for that. We expect that once we select a consultant, the consultant will be able to give us a timeline for the feasibility study. As just kind of a final note on this next step slide, this work is essential to securing the long-term integrity of the sanitary sewer system. Next slide.
So, as Mr. Armijo said, we want to engage Kearns and West, which is our public outreach consultant, and by doing that, they will be developing a website that will be available for the public's interest and registering comments, questions, concerns, and hopefully we will also have an email outreach. We will also have public meetings to where they can discuss their concerns, questions, and issues that they have. And the staff will be heavily involved with this. This is one of the issues that was raised in the past, that there was not enough community involvement. I believe that was one of your concerns, Vice Mayor. And so we want the public to stay informed. And if they have any concerns or questions, staff is always available to answer those questions and address them as appropriate as possible. And we want the public to get involved. We don't want this to be just a staff-dictated project. That's our goal. Next slide. So where do we go from here? We want to hopefully have council adopt this moratorium extension tonight. This will basically extend the moratorium for 22 months and 15 days. And then the next step will be to have the proposals for the feasibility come before council. As Mr. Armijo stated, the proposals close mid-April, and we hope to bring it before City Council sometime in May after they're reviewed by our technical engineers that have experience in the background required for this. And then we will hopefully have an alternative workaround and final solutions to present to the council once the feasibility study is completed. Also, as Mr. Armijo mentioned, we did get the HCD letter that did support the current moratorium and the future moratorium of the 22-month and 15 days. And with that, our conclusion is our goal is always to protect the Bay and to ensure the safety of our residents and the public, and to also plan for the future. Any questions? Oh, I'm sorry, the last slide belongs to Mr. Armijo.
Next slide, please. Next slide, please. As Mary recommends, our formal recommendation is to adopt an urgency ordinance extension pursuant to Government Code Section 65858, establishing a temporary moratorium extension, 22 months and 15 days, on the issuance of building permits requiring a new sewer connection to the Keller Beach sanitary sewer, and declaring the urgency thereof pursuant to Government Code 65858. The ordinance is not a project under the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, as it maintains no existing physical environment and prevents changes in the environment, thereby having no potential for direct or reasonably foreseeable indirect physical changes. CEQA Guidelines Section 15378A. This is also exempt under Guidelines Section 15060C2, as the activity will not result in a direct or reasonably foreseeable indirect physical change in the environment, and Section 15061B3, as there is no possibility that this adoption of the ordinance will have a significant effect on the environment because it maintains the existing condition of the environment. And that's the end of our presentation. We're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, but now it's time for the public hearing. So the public hearing is now open. Do we have any speakers?
Yes, we have one in-person speaker, and if there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time. The in-person speaker is Joseph John. You'll have 3 minutes to address the council. Please come forward. Press the button, please. Press.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Joseph John. I'm a resident of Ocean Avenue, 770 Ocean Avenue. I appreciate your efforts in resolving in this issue, and also what I just heard from Public Works Deputy Director. He has various alternative solutions and work like retainer tank, diverting the flow to the Keller Beach, and I'm sure that will be done soon. My question, basically what I feel is, if that is done, is there a need for a moratorium? Let us say that there is no moratorium. What happens? Some vacant lots will be constructed. The increase in load, from a mathematical perspective, the increase in load is not that significant. And that also will take few years, the construction to come up. So I'm just thinking, is a moratorium necessary in that case? May not be. Okay, but even if you go ahead with that, it should be on the condition that these solutions which Deputy Director mentioned should be done as soon as possible. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
That was our only in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the online speakers. We currently have 2 speakers.
And those speakers are Norm Hansey and Don Mill. Norm, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Norm Hansey. I live at 726 Ocean Avenue. Been there for 40 plus years in the Keller Beach Sewer Service area. And I am a civil environmental engineer worked for the state, regional water board, and private consulting for the past 40 to 50 years. I attended the last hearing and brought to the attention of the council the alternative to the moratorium. That is to, for the city to go forward and reroute approximately 50 to 60 houses that are connected now to the Keller Beach sewer just because of when they were built and how the sewers were handled many, many years ago before the current sewer system was configured. That was included as an item for the city engineering staff to address prior to the end of the urgency moratorium. And I haven't seen what their analysis is, but they are certainly aware of it. I'd like this hearing. It's very good for the city to lay out the plan. It's looking much better than it has for many months. But the focus of this hearing is one thing. What's the best thing to do to preserve, to protect, to maintain the Keller Beach sewer line during the many years that it will take and the studies that have to be completed? What's the best way to protect that against premature failure or leakage? The city has taken the position that to stop new homes from being built. That's a small number, maybe a dozen or so over the next 5 to 7 years. The alternative that we would like the city to consider is to make some very straightforward changes, gravity sewers on Golden Gate Avenue, Bishop Avenue, that can take 50 to 60 houses off the sewer, which will be far better for the preservation of the Keller Beach sewer line while the necessary work and studies are done. 50 to 60 houses is 10,000 gallons a day. It's been 11 million gallons since for the last 3 years that have gone from those houses into the bay. So please consider that. I urge you not to adopt this moratorium extension. You have 45 days since March 26th now to consider other alternatives. And I would also like to point out that the moratorium language has changed since February 18th, especially in one critical item.
Thank you. Your time has expired. The next speaker is Don Mill. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hello. I live at the very chevron end of this sewer and have for 4 decades, so I am steeped in its difficulties. Thank you, council members and Public Works, for hearing us at the last meeting and getting some of this into your work. My concern at this point is exactly what the previous 2 speakers raised, and that is I want to see the rerouting study done up front and not lost in the 1 or 2 year process, or lost in the 5 or 6 or 7 year process of replacing or repairing the sewer. I think that should be done immediately. And the point that Norm just raised is the current moratorium section 4 defines the 45 days starting from February 18th. That is an error. If you read that section, I believe the 45 days starts from March 26th when the state approved this moratorium that the city is now undertaking. So there is a little time to refine the ordinance. And what I would like to see the council do is reduce the risk while we wait for a solution. We've burned 2 years or 3 years on this, and we've made it worse because we've allowed ADUs in addition. So we're increasing the load on the sewer. The only thing that will remove this sort of Damocles that hangs over all our heads is to do a rerouting and take the load off the sewer. That's the only thing that gives us a better chance of facing a catastrophe, which Public Works has pointed out very well. So I would like to see the council add some language or get a separate consultant to move quickly on the rerouting issue because it will remove load on the sewer and, you know, give us a better chance of not facing a terrible disaster. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Thank you. The public hearing is now closed, so the council is open for clarification questions to staff. Anyone? Vice Mayor Cepeda?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation and the update there. I want to put out there in regards to the rerouting, and I've heard this already because we discussed it in closed session, but I want to put it out there for the community. Can you tell us a little bit more about the rerouting option that the community brought forward? We know that we're going to be looking at that as one of the options as well. We're not putting it immediately out there, but it is going to be the option coming up in the next consultant phase that's coming up, and they're going to be looked at as one of the various options there. The rerouting, what was mentioned before, is that there might be some troubles with the rerouting. Can you explain to us what would happen, what could potentially happen to the main pipe if potentially, and this is still, the consultant is to look at this to see if it's even a real problem or a real issue that we would face, but somebody mentioned it, and that is why we're kind of pivoting. Can you mention a little bit more about the rerouting potential issue?
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor Cepeda. Good question. So first of all, the rerouting option does, while it may relieve the flow that we receive from sewage into that line, it may reduce the total flow. It doesn't, there's a couple things that we want to be able to understand in the study. One is that it doesn't solve the problem, right? It may reduce the problem, but we had our outside counsel who helps us with our baykeepers issues had noted that I think it was the Delta Diablo pipeline project had noted that when you reduce the amount of flow of sewage, that it could, in that particular case, there was a concern that off gas or H2S, hydrogen sulfide off gas, could, in that particular case, could have accelerated the deterioration of that metallic line in that particular sanitary sewage district's case. That could also be a concern with this particular pipeline where we have a metallic pipeline that we may, with the good intention, increase this off gas, which may accelerate the corrosion of the pipeline. We don't know that for sure. It's a concern that was raised. It's something that we should look at and study carefully and consider before taking that action. Also, staff recommends that because we're considering a lot of different options, that it would be good that council would be able to see all of the options, including this, consider the costs, the benefits, the drawbacks, and be able to make an informed decision when we're selecting our alternative on how to proceed. So hopefully that answers your question, but if you need more input from me, feel free to ask.
Thank you, thank you. And then one of the callers—
Could I just add one thing to that?
Yes, go for it.
It is the intent, as noted by the speakers, to move this issue forward and get it resolved relatively quickly. We want to get it resolved in connection with the multiple solutions which may exist on the main sewer line. The staff has been in the process of an RFP to get that consultant on board, and that could happen within a month. And so that consultant will, doing this feasibility study and looking at these options, will be the first thing the consultant needs to do. So it's not, they may not understand that it is in fact, the way Public Works has gone forward with this, is to move the analysis of those ultimate issues forward to an early stage of this proceeding. In other words, we're not holding it back. At the same time, we are trying to move forward quickly on the holding tank, because that once implemented, the moratorium becomes unnecessary because we don't have to hold up issuing any permits. So this moratorium may not have to go out for 22 months.
Can you clarify a little more of that there? I want to make sure that I understood it.
Well,
you're saying
if
the holding tank. So if we can move forward with the holding tanks process, we don't need the moratorium.
Correct, because the moratorium is only to prevent additional hookups from occurring. But if this holding tank solution can be developed and defined, and that could happen certainly in less than a year, because that consultant is already proceeding on that project. So once we have a way that we can issue permits, we don't need a moratorium to give us a legal justification to not issue permits. We will have come up with a solution that allows permits to be issued, and since we're utilizing the holding tank, that won't create further impacts on the existing system.
Thank you. Now over to Mary. Holding tanks. We'll stay in that topic there. We're not starting from scratch, right? We've been talking holding tanks.
Correct.
For as long as I can remember.
Correct.
So how far more do we have to go? Why do we not have something already? Or
we have just contracted with Watt Earth to develop the specifications, so everything is standardized. And those standards will be adopted by City Council. We wanted to put something, designed by an engineering firm that we could adopt with our standard specifications. So that's where we are. We didn't want to just have, a consultant hired for each individual property that said, well, my engineer said I could do this, my engineer said I could do that. So basically, the city engineer, Mr. Armijo, said, we need a standard specification. So that's why we hired Watt Earth. We want one standard specification for the holding tanks, and those specifications will be brought before the City Council, once approved by the city engineer, and adopted as our standards.
Thank you. Approximate timeline?
I don't know at this point, because we've only had 2 preliminary meetings.
We've had what, I'm sorry?
2 preliminary meetings with a consultant.
We're estimating it's going to be a 6 to 9 month process to develop the sewage holding tank standards. So it's not just the standards of how to design a holding tank, it's also the administrative standards that go around that. So if the new sewage holding tank is going to be built, is there some kind of public noticing requirement for people within a certain radius? Another thing that we're concerned about is that this is an interim solution. Once the main sewer, the Keller Beach sewer, is fixed and running again in a satisfactory manner, should the homeowner have to, connect to the sewer system and basically abandon the holding tanks? So there's also the other standards that we want to explore and get council to approve too.
Thank you. And now one of the public speakers mentioned something about the date in the, I believe the second whereas. It says that the City Council adopted the ordinance on February 18th. Now, and does say City Council, so we did adopt it, but is that more in reference to us adopting it, or when we actually got the approval, which was a couple of days ago?
We did adopt it. And our position is that those dates, we're not starting the whole process over so that it stretches it out to 2 years from now. We're counting the dates of adoption. Those are the dates that we acted. We did timely ask HCD to act on our application. that there's a health and safety threat that, as the speaker mentioned, is developed in the staff report. We kept checking with HCD on where they were on giving us that approval. They kept saying that it was being studied, but they had previously, on the same sort of data, given us a previous approval. So we now have that approval. It was a bit after the fact, but we do not believe that it changes the time deadlines. We're sticking with the time deadlines we've put out there. We're not trying to push the moratorium out further. So we've gotten the approval, and our actions occurred when they did.
Point of information, it was not approved February 18th, 2925.
Well, you weren't around back then. Going to the future.
Yes. So is there a correction for that date, 2925?
Yes.
On the ordinance?
Yes, we'll make that correction.
You're seeing that in the ordinance itself, Mayor?
Yeah, it's whereas on February 18th, 2925.
Got it.
Typo, we'll make sure that's
That's a
fixed.
typo, and we'll definitely correct that.
Good catch. Yeah, we're not going to the future. We want to end this as soon as possible. Perfect. No other questions at this time. Thank you.
Anyone else? If not, then it's time to make a motion. Anyone willing to make a motion?
I will make the motion to, sorry, I'm trying to find it on the, to adopt the ordinance to extend the existing moratorium on the issuance of building permits requiring a new sewer connection to the Keller Beach sanitary sewer and declaring the, do I need to say all this? I mean, yeah, and declaring the urgency thereof pursuant to Government Code Section 65858.
That's it.
Okay, I will second that.
Are we ready?
Yes.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cepeda?
No.
No? Oh, I'm sorry. And Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
The motion passes with Vice Mayor Cepeda voting no and Councilmember Bana and Jimenez absent.
Question on votes. Do we not need 4 votes for it to pass?
We need 5 votes for it to pass.
Oh. Yeah, 5 votes.
Do we need 5 votes?
I believe we have to have 5
It's
votes.
an urgency ordinance when we first adopted it.
We have 4 votes right now.
Right, because we don't have a full council. The urgency ordinance is required when you, on the first adoption of the ordinance. It's been advertised as an urgency ordinance. We would still require a 4/5 vote, which with, so we have 4/5 of those present, but not of the 5-member body, and it's an ordinance, so it's 4/5 of the 5-member, of the 7-member body. So I think the vote fails.
Okay, the motion fails with Vice Mayor Cepeda voting no and Councilmember Bana and Jimenez absent.
Question, where does this leave us?
It leaves you as not having extended the moratorium.
Okay.
Now, we could if he is sticking by the vote, I would suggest we put this back on the next agenda when we have a full council.
Okay, so
So I would continue this item to your next meeting.
yes?
I wanted to clarify, so we were clarifying on the vote, were we including the tanks, the holding tanks? Because I know you just mentioned that we don't need the moratorium.
Well, we don't, once we have a system by which we're approving the holding tanks, then you don't need the moratorium.
Right.
So you have to, but if we didn't have the moratorium in place, somebody can come in tomorrow and say, issue me a permit. With the moratoriums in place, they can't apply for permits until we've created the system where we can issue those permits.
Okay.
And so that system requires, as Robert said, developing the standards, and we think that that can be done in less than a year. Once that occurs, then we wouldn't need a moratorium.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, well then, we will continue it unless Vice Mayor wants to.
I think we could have some more conversation about it. I think we can have some more conversation about it, make sure that the options that the community wants really go up higher on the list. That's where I am stuck on. That we want to make sure that those come up.
It's the rerouting. Is it the rerouting issue?
Yeah.
That option, as Mr. Armijo stated, that option would be included, with the consultant. We would make that a priority.
Yes, if we can make it a priority and it's not going to be 12 months out, I think we were mentioning that it will be part of the second consultant that we're looking at, but it will be brought together. And I think that we can start getting at it much quicker than waiting all the way till we figure out what we're doing with the whole Keller Beach system. Because that could be the piece that we could be potentially using to help alleviate the pressure. Now, I totally understand about the gases, so that is just something that was brought up from another system somewhere else, which may or may not apply to us. So if it applies to us, then, hey, let's not do it. I'm good with waiting all the way to the end. But if it doesn't apply, I just don't want to have the community wait 12 months or a year and a half, maybe 2 years, until we bring everything to bay, only to find out it could have worked. But now we've already waited 2 years, we might as well fix the whole thing. So I just want to make sure that if we are able to prioritize it, then I'm willing to change my vote.
And of course, the reason to do these together is because it's complicated. There may be reasons why the one solution works better than another solution. You would want to consider all the potential possibilities. So the idea of doing this through a feasibility study or having it analyzed at a feasibility stage is all of the permutations and pluses and minuses of those options would be considered at one point in time by the consultant study. It would be out in public, discussed in public. The cost would be looked at. It wouldn't be speculative because this option would consider specifically the parcels that are included in the rerouting. You would consider the cost of doing that rerouting. You would discuss consider whether those property owners are interested in the rerouting. If you do the rerouting, there'd be a hearing so that people could come out, they know exactly what parcels are affected. So there's considerable detail there that you'd want to be aware of. And the idea of doing a solution when there are other potentially better solutions that you're not considering, the idea of doing that at the feasibility stage is that all those things will be considered jointly and with looking at all of the implications and having a consultant looking at it, making the recommendation back.
Yep, totally understand it. It's just that both our community and myself have been burnt by the prior consultant. and I don't want to drag our community through it again. And there's no reflection on staff. You guys were bystanders as well. But the prior consultant just did not do a good enough job. And if this consultant that we potentially hire doesn't, then we're dragging them again for another 2 years, another 2 years. We have to start looking at solutions, even if they're meal pieces. And again, if that's rerouting doesn't work, if they focus on that first and they say, let's look at the gases. Yes, we know that gases are going to be bad, so it's not going to be a good option. We don't recommend it. Bring it back. Perfect. Let's just move on to the next option. And we take that out of the field here. But if that's a viable option, we should start looking at something. So we're not dragging the community again, because it was hundreds of emails that I received. Community has been impacted, both those that are trying to connect for the first time and those that have been there for a very long time. The uncertainty of not knowing if they're going to have to pay hundreds and thousands of dollars for the pipe to be moved. What's going to happen with their street in front of them? What is happening just in general? So I would not like to live in such a situation. So I feel for this community. I just don't want to keep dragging them. If we can find a solution that could be potentially a much quicker solution. And again, if you come back and we hire the consultant in a couple of months, it comes back and they say, you know what, again, it's not going to work, then I'm good. We can hold back and see what other options come available. But if that is something that's good, there's no reason to wait 2 years to fix. Now, the main issue is the Keller Beach sewer. That does have to be fixed. That will take years. I'm on board with that. But if we can alleviate something to allow the community to feel a little bit more at ease with their properties, they are being able to both build and just live day to day, that is what I'm looking for.
So I obviously did not anticipate that the votes would play out this way. And the problem...
The clerk, she wrote me for yes.
And the problem is that the moratorium, the issue is somebody could come in tomorrow without the moratorium in place. Someone come in tomorrow and ask for a permit. So that's what this was designed to do. I haven't had a chance to fully look into the ramifications of this, but what I would suggest is the reason you have to get a 4/5 vote is because of the urgency clause on the ordinance.
Yeah. So let me just state it again. If Public Works is able to, if, looking at both of you here, is able to say, yes, we can, with the consultant, we will ask them to prioritize this piece and come before us before everything else, then I can switch my vote. Otherwise, we'll have to wait till next week when we have more council members.
Well, I have another solution, which is to delete the urgency clause of this ordinance and adopt it without an urgency clause. If we don't have the urgency clause, it doesn't require the 4/5 vote. We have to come back for a second reading of the ordinance in order to get it established, but that is another way to approach it. So one way is getting the vote and leaving it as is. The other way is to adopt it as a regular ordinance and then come back at the next meeting with the second reading of the ordinance.
I would move that we drop the urgency clause. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Can I ask a question? When does the current moratorium end?
The 4th, couple days.
So in the interim time where we're needing to come back for a second reading, what happens? Are we vulnerable to people being able to bring forward a request for a building permit?
So the ordinance is not in effect. An urgency ordinance also is effective immediately. An ordinance in the normal course of business takes 30 days to be effective after the second reading. So
it wouldn't be so we would have a gap between the 4th and the next council meeting, which will be on the 15th, and then there'll be 30 days additional where we would have a gap where people could bring forward business permits.
I withdraw my motion.
Think they better.
And there's hesitation to prioritizing the community option, right? And again, it's just getting flashbacks, and no reflection on both of you, but it's getting flashbacks to Coastland when they sold us one thing and they gave us something else, and they kept switching, and that's why they left, because they realized they were not giving us what was in the contract. So I'm just getting flashbacks of that.
That's your take of the situation. You on when was it? On December 19th, put an item on to provide guidance to staff regarding the Keller Beach Sewer Project, and that was to hire a second opinion to do a peer review on the work performed by Coastland, which went through on the consent calendar, so there was no discussion on it. And you, someone who is so enamored with transparency, did not put it on the agenda for us to consider it.
I don't do the agenda. I just put, respectfully, yourself and the city managers, what I understand, you guys put the agenda out, whether they're on the consent or on the, otherwise, I would always put mine out. I'm always told, so I don't know who makes a decision about how it makes it on consent or what makes it as a new item. But sometimes I put things and city manager says, nope, it's got to be new item, or it's in there. So that's not me. I just email them and somebody does the magic.
Well, actually, we do have conversations with you about where it goes.
Can I ask a question of staff about is this possible to have the consultants review the feasibility of the community's suggested strategy first? Is that a possibility? Can we ask the consultants to do that?
I think it's definitely a possibility. If maybe just to clarify with you, Vice Mayor Zepeda, are you interested in just learning, earlier in the process? And by the way, we don't know if it's going to take 2 years to do the study or not. It could be a year-long study. We won't know until our consultant's on board. But are you just simply interested on knowing the feasibility of the routing first? I do think that as staff, I would like to make sure that council, before it makes decisions, has all of the available information available before you. So if all you're interested in is, can the rerouting option work, yes or no, and that we were to report back to council early, I think that's something that's definitely recommended. I think it would probably be an incomplete set of information that staff would be delivering back to council if we said the rerouting was possible and then started recommending that we could start proceeding before that without knowing what all your other options, costs, schedules, the complete set of information before you. So, but if it's, I don't know. So those are some of my thoughts.
But the other options are the Keller Beach sewer line itself, right? So that's the main thing. So how I see it is two different. So you got the Keller Beach. It's going to be either replace in place, fix in place, or move up, right? Those are the three for that particular piece. The rerouting, while it is connected to it, right, it's kind of a little somewhat separate. So they're not going to be, the line is, we're going to have to do something with it. That's not in question. It's the rerouting. So if you're telling me that we could do it, that you could have the consultant look at that first, then I'm good with changing my vote, as long as we come back. But again, it's separate. So the main question is the gas. Is the gas really going to affect it or not? If they can come back and say yes, it's going to affect it, then it's a done deal. We don't touch it. But if they say no, then we continue with the direction of, okay, what else can we do for this year?
It's more than the gases. It's a matter of looking at it holistically and picking the choice that is most cost effective. If we go with one solution, which you're proposing, there's a cost involved, and it may not do anything to anything. And then we end up, with the other. So we're adding unnecessary cost possibly, but we won't know unless we do a holistic evaluation of the entire sewer system. So I think we should do our due diligence in making sure that we provide the best service at the best possible cost. And we can only do that by doing a full study.
Yep, and we still do a full study, but I want that piece to come out first to the community, because the community's been advocating for it. They should know. They should be the ones that are directing us about what it is that they want, because they are the ones that are being affected by this. And we've already dragged them for this for over 2 years. So if we can give them that peace of mind, then let's give it to them.
And
Can I clarify?
Because of your item that was passed, that.
My item was due to the prior consultant not doing their job. That's why the item was brought forward. They were not doing their job. What we paid for them, they did not do. We paid for 2 community meetings. They only did 1. We paid for them to look at 3 options. They only looked at 1 option. That
Mayor,
was in the contract.
I'm sorry to interrupt, and I mean to interrupt in all respect, and I'm just trying to break a logjam here. So it sounds like to me, I just want to kind of go back earlier in the conversation. It sounds like to me that you would be satisfied, Vice Mayor, with just knowing whether this is feasible or not, and then just reporting back to council on that, and that you would be willing to wait for the full analysis, for the full information prior to making a decision based on holistic information. Is that
I'm
accurate?
good with that, yes.
Okay. So I think, Mayor, that might resolve your concerns, that it's just merely an answer of, yes, it's possible, or no, it's not. And I think we can prioritize that, and I think that might be a good way of kind of compromising on the different positions.
Yeah. Thank you.
Or I'm sorry, I didn't mean to draw a conclusion, but that's my proposal.
Make a new motion?
Are we reconsidering this item?
It would be for a motion to reconsider, somebody on the losing side has to make the motion.
I will make a motion.
You weren't on the losing side, well.
No, I was.
Which side was the winning side? I don't know.
I was the losing side.
It's the prevailing side.
I was under impression that Vice Mayor has to make the motion.
Yeah.
Is that right?
So then I make a motion to adopt the ordinance as stated with prioritizing.
No, your motion is to reconsider.
Oh, reconsider. Oh,
It's a motion to reconsider
My vote.
the prior action. And it
Okay.
has to be made by somebody that lost, otherwise you're just repeating yourself. He
so
didn't
then it would have to
win.
be from,
He voted against the action,
And the vote failed.
so he prevailed.
That the person who prevailed can make this motion to reconsider? I thought it
Yes,
was.
because if somebody who won, in your case, your side lost.
Right.
So if.
Oh, so the person who won, okay. I
Yeah.
okay. So then I make a motion to reconsider the vote.
To reconsider the last motion.
Then I make a motion.
The ordinance.
Then I make a motion to reconsider the last vote of the ordinance.
And anybody can second.
I second.
Okay, so first we vote on the motion to reconsider, then that puts the issue back on the table, and then anybody can make a motion to approve.
And I'm sorry, who was the second? Brown. Okay. Voices sound familiar.
All right, then with that, then I'll make a motion to adopt the ordinance as written with prioritizing bringing back to council the community option of rerouting.
Do we first have to vote on bringing it?
That's
what we just.
That's not in the, yeah.
Consideration.
Did you,
Do we
you have to vote on the
my motion?
reconsider.
Okay.
Okay. Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes.
Now, the original issue is back on the floor, and anybody can make a motion regards to that. It's the ordinance that's listed here.
Then I'll make a motion to adopt the ordinance as listed with having a priority of the community option of rerouting be brought forth to council
Early,
the what?
early.
Early.
I second.
Can I just a clarifying question? What I heard said, which I agreed with, is the feasibility of it, not like a full presentation on it for us to consider. So that's important to me because I actually, when I go to consider to make a decision, I do want all the options. All I want to hear on that bringing back is the, yes, it's feasible, no, it's not, and that's it.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So,
And that's the way Robert worded it, and that's the intent that council members Zepeda indicated.
I would like to make a substitute motion, April Fools.
You know what?
I'll second it.
Are you ready?
I'm glad somebody's still having fun with this.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson,
yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
Okay, the
And we
motion
all learn more
passes.
about the Brown Act and running meetings. Thanks.
Parliamentary procedure.
8:17. Are we discussing item X3 first? Or no?
Yes, yes, X3.
Okay. Item X3 is to discuss and provide direction to city staff on the draft Healthy Options at Point of Sale, HOPS, ordinance in collaboration with HOPS Youth Advocates. So 1, 2.
KCRT, could you bring up the PowerPoint? Good evening, Mayor Martinez. Oh, wait, does this have to be written? Are we good to go? Are we good to go? Has the item been written, or are we good to go? Okay. Good evening, Mayor Martinez and members of City Council. My name is Samantha Carr, Environmental Manager in the Economic Development, Environmental and Health Initiatives Division. And with me this evening is my colleague, Yana Williamson, Management Analyst. Tonight, we will be presenting an update on the Healthy Options at Point of Sale Ordinance and requesting direction from City Council. I will now turn the presentation over to Yana Williamson.
Thank you, Samantha, and good evening, Mayor and the members of the City Council. Next slide. Today, we will be discussing updates and requesting direction on the draft Healthy Options at Point of Sale Ordinance. Next slide. A brief background. On May 4th, 2025, the HOPS Youth Cohort presented updated research and successful examples from Berkeley and the Contra Costa County, reaffirming the need for the Healthy Checkout Ordinance in Richmond. We do want to note that the county's health checkout draft ordinance would only apply or only include unincorporated areas, not Richmond. City Council requested staff to return in 30 days with policy options that address enforcement, implementation, and policy details. This effort supports Richmond's health equity and health in all policies goals. Next slide. The current Richmond draft ordinance included as attachment 3 is modeled after Berkeley's 2020 ordinance. In drafting the ordinance, city staff have identified 4 key policy areas needing council direction. City staff is seeking council discussion and guidance on the following: who will enforce the ordinance, the definition of large businesses, definition of healthy foods, outreach and education strategies to pursue. Once direction is provided, staff will return with more detailed information on implementation and estimated costs. Next slide. The first item, enforcement, is a key component of the proposed ordinance, particularly since the City of Richmond does not have its own public health department with environmental inspectors or nutritionists, as the City of Paris, City of Berkeley, and Contra Costa County do. 3 enforcement options were considered. 1, partner with Contra Costa County's environmental health. 2, use Richmond's Code Enforcement Division. And 3, hire a temporary vendor to handle enforcement. City staff recommend negotiating with the county to enforce the city's ordinance, which is option 1, as enforcement could burden city staff. With this recommendation in mind, Richmond's ordinance is in alignment with the November 5th county agenda item. In addition, it could foster stronger city-county collaboration for long-term success on ordinance implementation and related health initiatives. However, if the city declines to enforce the city's ordinance, the city will need to have a discussion to assess staffing capacity and associated costs. One alternative funding option could be applying for the Department of Justice grant expected to be released this spring, which may offer enforcement funding for the healthy retail policy and similar initiatives. City staff could conduct further research into this grant opportunity once more information becomes available. Next slide. City staff are seeking council direction on the second item of how to define large businesses under the Richmond Hops Ordinance. The recommendation of the youth advocates was retail stores over 2,000 square feet, which is consistent with Contra Costa County's proposed policy. An alternative definition used by the City of Berkeley and the City of Paris uses 2,500 square feet as their threshold. City staff recommend aligning the definition of large businesses with the proposed county definition of retail stores, which is over 2,000 square feet, as it ensures consistency with the proposed county healthy checkout policy. It targets businesses with sufficient capacity to stock alternative healthy food options and provides a clear enforceable threshold that minimizes ambiguity in implementation. Next slide. A clear definition of healthy foods is essential for compliance and effectiveness of the ordinance. Staff recommend using the definition proposed by Contra Costa County, which is based on the City of Berkeley's ordinance. As for rationale, it provides an objective standard for businesses to follow, ensures that retailers can stock compliant products without significant cost burden, and aligns with evidence-based dietary recommendations for improving public health. Next slide. To ensure successful implementation and compliance with this policy, effective outreach and education are key. Efforts will focus on engaging retailers, community organizations, and residents through informational materials, workshops, and direct support. The goal is to build awareness, provide technical assistance, and reinforce the benefits of the policy for both public health and local businesses. Staff recommend a one-year outreach period before enforcement starts. Within this one-year period, staff would host educational workshops for retailers on how to comply, build partnerships with local health organizations and grocers, launch a public awareness campaign using digital tools, community events, and in-store signage, and also collaborate with Contra Costa County and other stakeholders to ensure a smooth rollout and long-term success. This recommendation mirrors Contra Costa County's proposed approach as well as the City of Berkeley's approach, which successfully allowed businesses to transition without financial hardship. Additionally, it provides businesses with a clear timeline to adjust product offerings, builds community buy-in by educating residents on the health benefits of the policy, and helps to emphasize that this is not intended to be punitive for retailers, but rather a collaborative effort aimed at improving community health while also supporting the economic interests of store owners. Next slide. After receiving direction from City Councils, City staff will work on the following. 1, finalize enforcement entity. 2, complete first draft of ordinance. 3, complete an implementation work plan. And 4, continue to partner with BACR and youth advocates. Next slide. And that concludes our presentation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for that. Madam Clerk, do we have any public speakers?
Yes, we do. We have 4 in-person speakers. First speaker, Jamin Purcell.
Thank you, City Council. Microphone.
Test,
test. Okay. Thank you, City Council. One, I would like to thank the presenters. This was put together by a number of young people who are trying to really show their passion and care for the community. So I want to acknowledge that because I know it's very difficult to be able to have that sort of drive so early. So thank you. I really like this ordinance. I don't think it's trying to actually, unlike previous council members who have brought things that would like add taxing and add extra burdens on people for making their choices. This is just trying to rearrange things where they are. Try to present the healthier options up front rather than the unhealthy options. But it's not penalizing it. It's not trying to be patronizing to people. It is just trying to show better options in the impulse buy sort of moment. I think it's actually a more thoughtful way to approach a healthy eating practice. I think it's not, you don't want to condescend to people. You don't want to say that they're making bad choices. You want to just say, here are other choices. And I think that this does that. I also think that this really aligns with the addressing some of the issues that the city faces, particularly with diabetes and with, we oftentimes are faced with a lot of unhealthy options just because we don't have like Whole Foods and all these like kind of granola-ass places. So I think that this was really a great policy, and I hope that you guys will really consider it. Thank you.
Cordell Handler.
Got here before me, and I'm like, I will allow
2
that.
minutes.
After I give you a compliment, oh, never mind. So, good evening, Mayor Martinez, Council. Thank you, Sam and Yana, for this presentation. So, I'm not going to repeat everything that's been said, but I have a different matter on that because I think of healthy foods as like as an alternative to like sugar and things of that nature because I'm teaching my nieces and nephews who are like smaller. I'm trying to teach them like healthy options, because as a kid they always want something, and I said that they can't have it. Because I look at it and I'm like, this got so much sugar in it. It's got more sugar than a candy bar. So I give them other options, like a fruit roll up. Now I know everybody remembers those fruit roll ups, and I said it has sugar, but I give them alternatives. So if they want this, but I can give them a better option as like a traditional candy, not candy, but just a fruit roll up, which does not have that much sugar. So I'm in support of this ordinance, so I hope it passes, and that's it.
Elvira Batista. And she'll be followed by Monique Blodgett.
Hello, good evening, Richmond City Council. We, the HOPS Advocacy Team and the Richmond Youth Food Policy Council, express our heartfelt gratitude for your attention on March 4th. Your support inspired us, and we deeply appreciate your time you've dedicated to considering healthy retail options for our beloved community in Richmond, California. Your commitment to working alongside students will foster a brighter environment for all of us. As a representative of De Anza High, we stand ready to collaborate with you to uplift our families and provide value to their lives. This ordinance is vital as it guarantees that Richmond residents, especially those in underserving communities, gain equal access to healthy and affordable foods. This will support not only us, but also future generations. So let us unite and demonstrate the power of support and solidarity. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Monique Blaguette, and if there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time.
Good evening, Council. My name is Monique Blaguette, and I am the coordinator for the Richmond Hops Advocacy Program. First off, I am very proud of my youth who showed up tonight to show how much their work means to them. I want to also thank the other youth who cannot be here but actually truly care. I also want to thank the council and the city staff for working hard to support the youth who work passionately to support their community. So let's continue to build their voices as well as continue to actively listen to their needs. Again, I thank you all, and if you have any questions tonight, we have representatives online who can support with that. Again, thank you all, and also, Sheila Brown, thank you so much.
And that was our last speaker. We do not have any speakers online.
Okay, thank you. So we're open for questions from the council. Robinson?
Yeah, I think I just have one question, and it might be a dumb question, but I thought I would ask it just to make sure I'm not leaving it out there. When you say retail establishment, does that include places like donut shops? Ice cream parlors?
So not within the current definition. So within the current draft ordinance, there is a definition of retail businesses that can be revised. However, I do believe it's based off of a certain amount of space. So a retail store within this current definition of the draft ordinance means a commercial establishment selling goods to the public and selling 25 linear feet or more of food and beverage products.
25 linear feet. So I guess I do worry about a place like a donut shop that would be 25 linear feet of donuts. I'm not sure how they would possibly add in healthy things just right around the counter. And ice cream, places that have all their ice creams. I just don't know I wonder if we should tighten the definition of retail to make sure that places that are bakeries, that's what they sell. They sell cake and, are not going to get in some strange situation that was unintended. That was just a concern.
Understood.
Yeah. Outside of that, I do have a concern about if you were here earlier, you heard that we have limited capacity around enforcement, and we already have a lot of issues with not having enough code enforcement to enforce tobacco and all of the issues there. And so if there was an opportunity to partner, I think that would be the best solution. For enforcement. Thank you.
Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, bringing this up again. I also had a question about the square footage, but that's done. Can we, in the last meeting, wanted to see if we can include in the list of items that should not be towards the front is anything with food dyes, like red number 3, red 40, yellow 5, and yellow 6, who have all been linked to health concerns, especially cancers. So if we're able to, they can still sell them, but I guess moving them out from where the kids can have access to them. And I believe red number 5 has already been banned from the state, which is a great step forward. But I would like to see this here as well if possible. Thank you. No other questions.
Councilmember Brown.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the presentation. I appreciate it. I also agree that partnering with the county's environmental health for enforcement would be the most feasible. They're already doing such, so I don't think it will be a far reach. So I think that we should continue to leverage what already exists, as well as our continuation to do these tobacco compliances, if we can somehow add hops on there as well. So when they're going through, certain areas, we're able to check off things. I don't know, city staff, if that's doable for us to add hops to existing business inspections or of some sort.
I can certainly confer with the Director of HR and the Director of Community Development, and we can certainly try to do that, and if necessary, we would meet and confer.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Again, I really like the depth that you all went into, and as far as taking into consideration businesses who may find this frightening at first, but the way that you all phased this in was great, so thank you. And thank you, Hops, for your continued work. We have young people out here at 8:30 about business, and I appreciate y'all.
Councilmember Wilson.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. I was curious if the city or the activists working on this have gotten any input from business owners to sort of craft the suggestions or the potential ordinance. Have we gotten, or do we have a plan to get any input from business owners?
So we haven't between March 4th and now. I believe that prior to that, there had been some feedback or surveys that HOPS had done previously with different businesses. However, definitely as we move forward, we do want to make sure that there is, community outreach around this, that as we're presenting the ordinance, that we are receiving feedback. If there's items that do need to be tweaked, that we can take note of that and then, provide that information to council, and those edits can be made as council sees fit.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, so that's something that before we get the draft ordinance, you have or you're coming up with a plan to get some input from business owners about, what works and what doesn't work, and at least to consider that. Okay, thank you. My other question is about
Excuse me, may I make a point of order? I noticed that one of the audience members had their hand up because they wanted to speak, but I wanted to remind you that the only people ready to speak now are the council, and the staff members are the presenters. So I didn't just want you to.
No, I just wanted to make additional notes of what they were saying. We actually have a survey that we have been producing and putting together.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, so that's what I was going for, is I think there should be some surveying of Richmond business owners to craft this. And then, assuming that it's passed, I also, I have concerns about the capacity, to have enough staff to do enforcement, so I like the suggestion that maybe there's a synergy with the county that we can explore there. I think that's a great idea. I'm curious, the outreach and education portion of it, so if it passes, sort of educating the business owners, have you thought about what staff members would take on that role, and how many would we have to hire additional people? I'm just curious if you have any sense of that yet.
We don't have, I think we have kind of just some broad information in terms of, we would, the goal would be, and what we've done in the past is to send out postcards to the potentially impacted businesses, hosting workshops to provide additional information, doing outreach directly to the business, doing Facebook ads. So depending, really for us, the first piece that we want to try to secure is the enforcement piece.
Mm-hmm.
And so once we have that piece of information, everything else will really fall into play. So we'll be able to, once we have that information, we'll be able to come back with a more detailed outreach plan and to see, what the costs are going to be, the staffing that's going to be needed in order to do that one-year outreach piece if the ordinance is passed.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question actually I think is more of a question for the city attorney. One of the things that I noticed in the presentation, and you answered this question for me earlier, is that it seems like the county is moving forward with, or is potentially moving forward with a very similar policy ordinance, I don't know what you call it on the county level, that would apply to the unincorporated parts of of Richmond and other parts of the county. But am I correct that there's part of me was thinking, is there some way that we could just have the county rule on this apply to us? Or is that bizarre to think that a county rule would apply to us in this case?
So of course, the county ordinance does not apply in the city. You can have certain codes that are adopted by the county or certain entities that you adopt them by reference, but those are generally very large, thick codes. Okay. So I think in this case, it's appropriate to have our own ordinance. How you enforce it is a different question.
Okay. All right, thank you, appreciate it, that's it.
The city of Richmond is changing. We're moving from a city that has been laissez-faire in our affairs to one who is wanting to make sure that our city operates the way our residents want it to operate. We've created a lot of revenue making options, but it's only revenue making if we enforce. And enforcement means more code enforcement officers to go around and making sure that the codes are adhered to. So I think that if we have sufficient code enforcement officers, their job would actually pay for themselves. So I've always been one who wants to increase our workforce so that our city can do the jobs that we make for ourselves, that we make for the city. So I think this is another thing that we should consider when we think of hiring people. You know, jobs are created out of need. So if we have a need for more code enforcement people, then we should hire more code enforcement people so that we can get the job done. I approve of this, and I think we need to make sure that our residents have healthy choices, and healthy choices that are made not out of impulse, but out of a true want of whatever it is that they're buying. So I do have one question, and that's the size of a retail. It's 2,000 square feet. That would be, well, one way of looking at it would be a space that's 1,000 feet by 20 feet. You know, so I was just curious. Does anyone have an idea of how large the chambers are? You know, because I would like to have a visual representation of what 2,000 square feet looks like. If not, you know, that's okay. But I think if you had some, you know, how much of a football field is 2,000 square feet? You know?
Square feet is about what the center section of your chamber is right
now. That was 2,000 square feet, not 200, 2,000.
40 feet by 50 feet.
Yeah, or 20 feet by 100.
40 feet by 50 feet.
Oh, this space?
The interior.
Okay, thank you.
About 2,000 square feet.
Okay, thank you. All right. Okay, and thank you for answering, even though you didn't have the floor. Okay, that's it. Yes.
I just wanted to make up a point about code enforcement and where we kind of currently are with code enforcement, because I've kind of dealt with this a lot. We have a lot of code enforcement issues in District 3. And so, you know, this is a serious concern. We currently have 6 positions that are funded, 2, as I understand it, that are actually filled. And we have a number of applications, which is great. But with those 6 positions, the work that they're supposed to do is all code enforcement for all violations of the ordinances that we have in the city, from housing things, you know, somebody's house is, the paint is peeling, or they have a backyard full of trash, or, you know, their trees are over the street. In every district, there used to be somebody assigned to each district. We don't have that anymore because we only have 2 people, or like 1.5 persons. And then all cannabis enforcement, all tobacco enforcement, and as you heard, there's 83 with just tobacco, and we only have the 2 people. And even if we had the 6 people with 2 people who were dedicated, we don't have enough people for all the things that we have. So I just really want to underscore, like, I'm very concerned about adding an additional thing onto the code enforcement plate without a plan. Because when you talk to the folks that are trying to hold down code enforcement, they're stressed to the end. Yeah. And so I want to just kind of put that down. And we've been trying to hire people for a while. We have these temporary consultants that are trying to help out, but I feel like that is something that we really do have to think about and address.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes, I just wanted to recall a conversation that I had with their director, Ms. Ashley Truesdale, and she mentioned already in conversation since our last hearing on the March 4th of being in communication with the county and them agreeing that that would be something that they are willing and wanting to step in and help, because they know the constraints that we're having with our own enforcement. So I just don't want that to be a deterrent or to change minds, because they're definitely, she mentioned, definitely supportive of what the young people are doing. Thank you.
And I would say that hiring more code enforcement is something that we should consider for the next budget. All right, so do we have a motion?
There's no action for this one.
Oh, no
Just
action?
in-
Just to
Right,
receive?
yeah.
Right direction.
Okay, well then, yeah, direction provided. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes. Go forth and multiply? No. Divide.
Our next item is item X2, is to receive a presentation on the status of the installation of street sweeping signs citywide and adopt a resolution and appropriate $564 and $131.17 from the fund balance in the SB1 Fund for citywide sign, street light, and traffic signal pole data collection. We have 7 in-person speakers. Anyone that wishes to address the council on this item that's joining us online, please raise your hand at this time.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez, members of the City Council. For the record, my name is Tawfiq Halabi. I'm the Deputy Director of Public Works for Operations and Maintenance. And this evening I have with me Mr. Robert Armijo, Deputy Director, City Engineer, Carlos Castro, Supervisor for Streets Maintenance, Rob Chalamitos, Superintendent for Streets Maintenance. KCRT, can I have the presentation? Thank you. This evening, I'm very pleased to provide you with an update on the street sweeping program, and I found a couple photos on the internet. These are not photos of Richmond, but I think kind of makes you think about what is street sweeping, what did it used to be, and then you have maybe the horse long time ago or the manual labor, and now we have street sweepers. So on the right hand side of your screen you see what looks like a street sweeper. Next slide, please. Why do we do street sweeping? Simply stated, we need to make sure that our storm drain collection system, which ultimately goes into creeks and San Francisco Bay, we don't want to be depositing noxious materials, litter, garbage, what have you, into the bay. So that's the driving force behind why do we do street sweeping. And there is some backup documentation for it. In this case, we have a municipal regional permit, version 3, the trash load reduction, and we are following the Contra Costa County regulations. And the permit does state that local agencies, including the City of Richmond, must control and reduce non-stormwater and polluted stormwater discharges into storm drains and water courses. So that's the driving force behind why we have a street sweeping program. Next slide, please. And the reason that we're here tonight is because a few years ago at the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, this council, in its wisdom, had directed staff to cease enforcing parking restrictions associated with street sweeping. And at the time, if everybody recalls, we had people were not going to work. Some people had been laid off from their jobs at the beginning of the pandemic. It made sense. And then about a year ago, City Council directed staff to reinitiate the street sweeping enforcement on the condition that it was implemented in an equitable fashion throughout the city amongst all the various neighborhoods. And we had an allocation of $550,000. And what we realized at the time was that we had identified some areas in Richmond that never had street sweeping signs, whereas most of the streets in Richmond did have signs, some did not. Next slide, please. So we kind of talked about what does an equitable program look like. And we decided at the very least we need to have signs everywhere so that it's clear to anybody who wants to park on the streets what the street sweeping regimen looks like. So we divided the city into two major groups. We had one group of 415 sidewalk miles that already had signs, and the other group of 85 sidewalk miles that did not have signs. And overall, we have about 500 miles of sidewalk, roughly. And unfortunately, we don't have a sign inventory. We don't have a single source of information that tells us how many signs, what type of signs, what are the locations of the signs, are they in good shape, bad shape. We don't have that data. This is where we're at. So we don't have a condition assessment. Next slide, please. Okay, so we in our analysis, we thought, okay, we can do this in two phases. Phase one, let's follow the direction of City Council and get signs installed in those 85 miles where we don't have signs. And we called that internally phase one. That's the nomenclature that we're using. But we're also thinking to the future. We want to reestablish the street sweeping enforcement and then kind of build on it. So we'll talk a little bit about what we call phase two, which would involve all the city streets, all the signs, and having data in one place that we can then use to map and use kind of like data-driven analysis to make decisions. Next slide, please. So phase one, we actually hired a company to walk 85 miles and take data for us. And they used mobile devices. And this is strictly in the 85 miles that did not have street sweeping signs. And using mobile devices, we had coached them on how, the best place to put new signs. And you can see here an example of a gentleman holding a mobile device, taking some data. It happens to be a streetlight pole, which is an existing pole that we can use for a new street sweeping sign. In those cases where we didn't have access to a nearby pole, we would place we propose to place the new pole at the parcel line in front of two homes, so that it's not in front of one person's home, but in between the two houses, as shown on the photo on the left. Next slide, please. Okay, and this is what some of the data looked like when we got back from our contractors. So they would go in and they would measure out all the locations and mark them on a map, and this is the deliverable that was given to us here in the city that we could then take and look for fabrication and installation of signs. This is an example. This happens to be the annex neighborhood. Next slide, please. And this is what the data looked like at the end. We had all the 15 areas, and we tallied them up, and we had 1,300 signs. You'll notice that there's a red text for Hilltop Bayview, Area 7. There are no signs to be installed. Those are red curb streets, namely Research and Lakeside and Research. And there's one cul-de-sac where there is parking, but they had existing signs. Next slide, please. This is a breakdown of how we expended the funds that were allocated for what we're calling phase one. So we had a data collection phase, we had a sign fabrication phase, and then we had to pay contractor to go out and install 1,300 signs. So we had poles, brackets, and signs to install. And we're basically, culminating in what we have today is basically the 1,330 signs are installed. We have a few stragglers. We've noticed there's a couple of minor issues to address, and those are being addressed now, today, tomorrow, this week. So we've expended the first allocation of $550K. Next slide, please. And then we've also worked with Richmond Police Department. So they have a parking enforcement unit that we've been working with and meeting with and developing this program with. And this is a courtesy notice that they've installed on signs. So they've been out during the month of March to kind of bring it to the attention of the residents and visitors that street sweeping will be enforced at some time in the future. And there's a QR code where anybody who wishes to can click on that and go to the city website and read a little bit more about the street sweeping program here in Richmond. Here we see that the signs are basically all installed except for a few locations. And we had proposed to begin parking enforcement on April 15th. Next slide, please. So this gives you a little bit of a background information on phase one. Ultimately, on the right-hand side, we will have these types of signs on the 85 miles that a year ago didn't have signs. But we also recognize the photo on the left and the photo in the middle. We have many locations within the 415 miles that already had signs. We have some that are in poor condition, some that are missing. Maybe they've been vandalized. So we know we have a lot more work to do within the 415 miles. Next slide, please. So we're proposing to City Council to allocate additional funding to help us collect data for all the roadway signs. So we want to walk all 500 miles now and collect data for all the signs: stop signs, regulatory signs, any placemaking signs, street name signs, what we call warning signs, etc. Next slide, please. During the course of this work, we would also identify locations of any missing street sweeping signs, and this will help us to while we're there, we're going to collect data, the GPS data, so we have a location that's digitized, we have an inventory, we have a condition: is it in good shape, fair shape, poor shape, is it faded, is it reflective? Nowadays, we have to provide signs that are reflective at night with like headlights. Next slide, please. Okay, so street sweeping, what we want to do is go through all 500 miles of the city and collect this kind of data. Next slide, please. And we're also thinking kind of like a little bit more long-term and how to most benefit the city. We're already going to be walking 500 miles. So our idea was to also collect data on the streetlight poles and all the traffic signal poles. We have about 139 signalized intersections here in the city of Richmond with multiple poles, and we have cabinets, controller cabinets, and pedestals as well, PG&E pedestals for all of these infrastructure assets. We have some 10,000 streetlights. So we want to collect, we're going to be walking all 500 miles. Let's collect all the data. We'll put it into a database. It's geocoded, so there's a location for it. And then we can start building our asset management database here in the city that we can use in the future. And while we're at it, we'll collect condition data to let us know what is the condition of the particular asset. And inside the asset management system, we would program things like a useful life. We may determine, for example, that your average street sign, whether it's a stop sign or a street sweeping sign, will last, say, for example, 15 years. So if we have 10,000 signs, you divide that by 15, you get, of course, I don't know the number, maybe 666 signs per year that we need to replace, for example. And we know there's going to be a little bit of plus or minus, and we can budget. We can have an intelligent conversation about what kind of budget do we need to maintain the signs at this acceptable level. So that's really, we're kind of thinking forward. Next slide, please. So for phase 2, and I may be mixing up terminology. We're calling it phase 2. Phase 3 was going to be street lights and traffic signals, but we're combining them into phase 2. So we'd have an inventory. We would collect data on where to place all the new street sweeping signs. We'd collect data on the street lights and traffic signals. We'd have to pay for a software. So we'll get a little bit of a discount, and that's $564,000. And we have the funding. We were just asking City Council to reallocate it from one location to another within the budget. It's unexpended funds. I'm forgetting the finance terminology, but the money is there. It wasn't spent. It's left over. It's in a particular pot of money. We just want to move it over to this pot of money to help us with phase 2. Next slide, please. Okay, so all of this to establish a full comprehensive inventory and condition assessment for all of our roadway signs, all of our street lights, all of our traffic signal poles. So this will help kind of raise the bar on how we analyze data and how we have conversations about our needs, our asset needs, our infrastructure asset needs, our roadway, maintaining our roadway in a certain condition, our roadway assets. So I had mentioned earlier, you can have a useful life cycle, and we can target the ones that are deteriorated. We could, for example, have a capital improvement plan budget that goes 5 years, and we can say with confidence, this is what we're going to need each year for the next 5 years to take care of these categories of assets. Next slide, please. Okay, and further, what I would hope as a public servant, as a public works employee, is to establish a policy that we would, what condition is acceptable. You want everything to be in excellent or very good or good condition. We want to go out and collect data every so often. In the future, we can look forward to artificial intelligence, maybe unmanned vehicle that drives the streets once every 5 years. I'm just thinking out loud here. Collects data and puts the data into the database in real time, and that way we can use it. Maybe it's a little bit far-fetched. Maybe that's more like 20 years away, but it's coming, where we will have a lot of data available to us. And then we like to use the term proactive. We want to be proactive. We want to be one step ahead of our problems and not continue to be reactive, as we're forced to be based on the legacy of what we've inherited. It came before us the last few decades. So basically, have a program that helps us to maintain and replace the assets. Next slide, please. Okay, that brings me to the end of the presentation, and I would welcome any questions that you may have.
Okay. All right. Shall I just put everyone's name down in alphabetical order? Okay, in that case, Councilmember Brown, do you have any questions?
Yes. So I wanted to ask a question because I know the mayor is very particular about us asking questions if it's not regarding the recommendation. But I know you said that the street sweeping goes into effect April 15th.
Street sweeping has been ongoing. We never stopped street sweeping. It's the enforcement part.
The enforcement part.
Yeah, just to be
Yes.
clear, yeah.
Okay, so the enforcement part. My concern and a lot of residents in the district, in District 1's concern, is that AB 2097, which prohibits minimum parking requirements for structures, so developers were not obligated to provide a specific number of parking spaces to residents if they lived within a half mile of like a bar or bus line and things like that. So many people are having a difficult time with adhering to the street signs because of the influx of cars that are in these multifamily like residential areas. So I just want to know like what are our plans to help like mitigate that situation when we're starting to implement our enforcement, but also being mindful that there's really no place to park in certain areas.
Okay, so good question. We have typically it's about a 3 to 4 hour time period on any given day. On residential streets, it's once a month. On commercial streets, it's once a week. So that, and we alternate sides of the street typically. So let's say the first Monday is going to be one side of the street, first Tuesday is going to be the other side of the street where we sweep. So that's what I can offer at this time is
Yeah.
that it's, it's changes from one neighborhood to the other. That is the nature of the street sweeping program.
Okay. So I was also looking to see like other cities. So, Richmond, we're not isolated to this being an issue for community members solely here. So I was looking at other cities like Oakland and other places who have implemented like text alert systems to residents who subscribe. Just as a courtesy, as a reminder that, this is coming up and things like that. So folks can actually find a place to park their vehicles. Are we interested in moving towards implementing any type of helpful, community-friendly reminders for these type of situations?
I'm not aware of any current efforts. However, if it's the wish of the city council, I will have those internal conversations with my director and whomever else.
Okay. So yeah, I just wanted to ask those couple questions regarding the enforcement piece. So thank you. But aside from that, no further questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Robinson.
Usually with a Robinson, with the R name, I'm further down the list.
Welcome to Sydney.
Yeah. So this was an issue that I actually brought forward. I'm the one who put it on the agenda, and I did it not because I was dreaming of it in my sleep and was all about street signs, but because numerous people from my district brought forward this issue because in our district we have had street signs for years and years and years. And other districts did not. And therefore, without street signs, as I understand it, it's not actually legal to enforce. If you've given people no notice that there will be enforcement, you cannot enforce. And so folks in my district felt that that was very unfair, because we could be enforced upon for street sweeping, and other places that had street sweeping could not be enforced on because there was no notice. So there was, our district is, I think District 3 is actually one of the densest districts in terms of parking issues and, not a lot of spaces to park, and some of the lowest income areas in the city. Yet we were the only ones for many, many years who got any enforcement legally. And somebody brought up the question, well, would I have grounds to sue the city for unfair enforcement under the law? Because there are some people who are opting out who don't get the same enforcement that we do. And I was like, oh, that's a very interesting question. Do we have a big legal liability here because we're unequally enforcing the law. And I think that put a lot of people into action, that when you have a law that's applied to everyone and street sweeping is happening everywhere, there needs to be an equal enforcement of that law, or else you have a legal liability. People can sue you, the city, for unequal enforcement of the law. A violation of, I think, civil rights, I'm not sure. And so I felt like it was really important to make sure that we were equally enforcing the law. And that said, I am absolutely not like a big, proponent of tickets and ticketing and everything. And I would love to see a program that reminds people, a text alert. I think that's a great idea, so that we have a chance to people. I don't think the point of this program is to get a bunch of money. The point of the program is to clean the streets and equally enforce the rules across all neighborhoods, across everyone who has this street sweeping happening. So there were a few questions that came up when the signs started going up, and one of them was, do all neighborhoods have storm drains? Specifically, the Richmond Village neighborhood, they believe they do not have storm drains. And I wondered if you had an answer for that, because if a neighborhood doesn't have storm drains, does the same street sweeping apply? Like in terms of being in compliance with the Clean Water Act and all of the things that we have to do.
Yes, I believe some of the neighborhoods in the flat parts of Richmond do not have drainage inlets and storm drain pipelines, but the city engineer can maybe expand on that.
Mm-hmm.
I think as Tawfiq aptly described, that we have a stormwater permit, so regardless of whether there's storm drains or not, all storm drainage eventually ends up in our waterways. So it will either get to a creek or a culvert or an inlet. It all eventually makes its way into the storm drain system. So
Even if folks don't see a storm drain on their block, ultimately all the trash, refuse, things on the street are moving to a storm drain somewhere.
Correct.
Like it doesn't just get picked up and put somewhere else.
Or some part of the storm drainage system, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, sometimes the storm drainage system is subgrade in pipes, and sometimes it's in canals or ditches or some other thing where trash can accumulate, which is still covered by the permit. So we still need to make sure that we're cleaning the streets to keep the trash out of our drainage system.
And one other last question I have is, there was also a suspicion that the new signs that were going in were larger than the signs that were used in other places. Is that true? Are we using larger signs in this 85 miles as opposed to the ones that were in the 400 or so miles?
No. Currently, all 4 Clinton Hill neighborhoods have 12 by 18 signs, and the 12 by 18 signs are what we installed in the 15 unsigned neighborhoods.
And are there 12 by 18 signs in the neighborhoods that were previously done, the 400 and so miles? Is that the same size, or is that a different
There's a
size?
combination of 12 by 18s and 18 by 24s.
Mm-hmm. So in the areas that had previously had signs, they actually have bigger signs, as well as this smaller size that was recently installed. So the new neighborhoods only got the smaller size.
Correct.
Just for clarity. Okay, thank
Correct.
you. I appreciate your work. I know this has not been an easy job. I know that you've gotten a lot of pushback, but I appreciate your work. And I do really also like this idea that, one, it helped us discover that we didn't have a maintenance budget for signs in the city, or a program to assess whether or not streetlights are actually working, which is another complaint we get. The streetlights are out, they're broken. And so this is actually helping us put together systems to better maintain the assets of the city in general. And it started with this complaint. So I appreciate all your work on this, and I do support the initiative. Thank you.
Councilmember Wilson.
Hello. Strangely, street as many of my colleagues know, street sweeping signs have become one of my favorite things to talk about. I'm not even kidding.
Me too.
Yeah, it's crazy. So I sort of inherited this issue when I came into office because my district, District 5, was one of the ones where I'd say probably about 3/4 of our district was unsigned. And on top of that, we had, a medium-sized and fairly well-organized opposition to the idea of signs. And so it was not an easy thing to weigh into, I know, for Public Works and the enforcement part of Richmond. The good news is that I think over time, people have heard and understood the message that Councilmember Robinson raised, which is that it really is a matter of fairness and equity, that if some parts of the city have signs, then and possible enforcement, all parts of the city do need that as well. And so I just want to report that District 5 has done, I think, a great job of really hearing that message. A big part of the opposition to it, interestingly enough, was aesthetics. It wasn't necessarily that they wanted to resist having tickets, although no one likes tickets. They don't like signs in a lot of parts of the annex. And so I want to and I'm going to get to a question eventually, but this is my prelude, is to really say how much I appreciate how tiny the signs are. That was a really big concern. I think I had seen some previous versions of some fairly large signs. They're so small that I've actually been emailed 3 or 4 times now complaints about the signs are too small and they're hard to read. And I get to email back, move closer to the sign, and you will be able to read that. I think you made the right choice in opting in that direction. And so I can say that I do get, because I write about this so much, again, I got obsessed in emails and on social media. I can report, at least from District 5, that overwhelmingly people, again, nobody likes tickets, but people are supportive of the idea that street sweeping will go better than it has been because people will actually move their cars. That said, I love the idea. If we have to give you a directive or something to ask to explore the idea of a texting reminder system, I think that's a great idea. And so I would hope that we can get some sort of not pushback, but response for that. My question is like, one of the things that comes up, and I don't really have a great way of answering it, is when the idea, if you can talk a little bit about the idea of enforcement having, like the idea that I think is a misconception, but I would like you to address it, is this is a way for the city to raise revenue. That the reason the city is doing this is because they're always looking to make a buck. And so I was wondering if you could weigh in a little bit about the sort of the philosophy of ticketing and whether this is actually like intended as a revenue stream for Richmond.
Well, I would say that I've never internally discussed anything about raising funds for the city using this mechanism of ticketing. It's never crossed my mind. Somewhere I saw a member of a resident sent an email to, I don't know, 30 or 40 people and included me and suggested that the city's goal was to start making money. And it's the farthest thing from my mind as an engineer, as a public servant, never crossed my mind. I can't speak for everybody. I think historically, obviously, it hasn't been enforced in all neighborhoods historically. We haven't enforced in the last 5 years. So I don't see that as a really worthy of any further discussion.
Thank you. Yeah. And then my last question is about, I know that the city had to use, I believe, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but had to rely on contractors in order to get this work done. It's a tricky thing because you kind of have to put them all up within a pretty limited time frame and unveil them all. The logistics are crazy. So I know I believe you were using contractors for a lot of the sign installation work. Is there some way for future projects, like as we go into replacing some of the older signs, to have that be something that goes primarily to city staff?
The thought concept is great. We would love to do all the work, but we have a very small staff for a very large city that has a lot of signs. So I believe it would have to be a combination of city staff and contractor.
Well, one of the things, we don't have to resolve it now, but one of the things I'd like to sort of push us all on is to tilt the balance in favor of hiring more staff if needed for these because I feel like these projects are going to be ongoing forever, which is not a bad thing. All right, thanks.
Your point is well taken. Thank you.
Good. Okay.
Yeah,
No.
sorry.
Okay. I'm sorry. Vice Mayor Zepeda.
And the last letter on the alphabet. Thank you for the presentation. I've been hearing both sides. Some communities in District 2 are saying thank you, and the other ones are saying why. And then we get a lot of emails. All of you are in all of these emails. One of the latest here is questioning whether the signs are being placed with enough ADA access. And then there was some back and forth in one of them. We said that they have 36 inches. However, they're saying that Richmond code says 54 inches. So the signs, and then they send pictures as well. The signs look like they could potentially be moved over a little bit. It probably is a couple of inches too far into the curve. So I don't know how we're dealing with that and making sure that they're put in their correct places. Okay. There's one picture that I got where the sign is next to, or the new pole is next to a light pole, not too many feet away. I don't know, that was an instance that we could have saved the pole and then not have to put so many more others. There was another one that I got, actually this was from a reporter. She just was reporting on something else and I just happened to see it, a pole put in instead of a tree well, and that's an agenda item coming up next. But I think that there was opportunities that the company could go around and looking to see if there was anything that could be removed in place of other signs or other poles that are already there that could help the community. And then really defining the width of the ADA access that we have on our code. And again, it says 54 inches according to this individual is what we have in our code, but we're using 36 for some reason. So if we can look at that there. How far away are we using, or should the signs be from each other? Can we put one sign in the corner and we're saying that this is going to be for the whole street? Do we need to put one every couple of feet? Like what's the number? How do we get to that number?
It depends on the length of the block. So a shorter block will have fewer signs, a longer block will have more signs. So typically about 150 feet apart. If you want to offset it from the curb return, meaning the intersection along the block. So it really depends on how long the block is.
Is that a number that we made up? Is it a rule? Is it a law? Could we just do one sign at the beginning to say this street can be paved Tuesdays, or not paved, but swept Tuesdays?
That's a rule of thumb that we've been using probably since before. There's also the component where the parking enforcement unit within the Richmond Police Department also, they also have some guidelines on what's fair and what's not fair. So to get an accurate answer, and I feel that's my duty, I would have to take a closer look at past practice, converse with the parking enforcement managers, and see if there's anything explicitly in the code. I can tell you, though, that we actually think about these things. We think what is reasonable and what is enforceable, right? And we have this past practice of about 150 feet. So I can say that much right now, but I'm happy to follow up on this and all the other comments you made as well.
Thank you. That would be great because, again, there's some communities that don't mind it. Some of them are minding it. It's new added poles there. So I would appreciate if you can kind of give me an answer that I can give it to the community as they're asking this. And then for enforcement, are we coordinating enforcement? Who's doing the enforcement? I'm assuming it's RPD?
Yes.
And then are we coordinating? And one of the communities that really liked the new enforcement or the new street sweeping, they were saying that, and this is just one person mentioned this, that the street sweeper came in before the enforcement. And I'm trying to see if maybe,
Yeah.
I mean, that was a one-off, but can we do it the other way around?
Yeah.
Because we want to,
It happens sometimes. Let's say the parking enforcement officer actually has to stop and take action. The street sweeper is not going to stop and wait for them. The street sweeper is going to keep going. And so that's why there's a window, 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. is the no parking. So the street sweeper will go and the parking enforcement will keep up with them if they are able to. However, if they're not, we still enforce during that window. So the parking enforcement officer will proceed and try to catch up with the street sweeper within that 3-hour window that's posted.
and in terms of enforcement, is it safe to say, or could we figure out a way that if the machine already went through, right, and let's say the code enforcement or the enforcement is right behind it, so they're not too far off, and then you're coming behind and saying, oh, there's a parking space, you parked there, is it safe that they're not going to come back around and ticket that person that parked after the machine? Because we go back to the shortage of parking in some places, and if you're trying to get to BART, for example, or something, are you going to be able to wait for that? And
I'll take that question, Vice Mayor. Tim Simmons, Assistant Police Chief. So similar to what Tawfiq was just explaining, in order to provide equitable enforcement for everybody, the only way for the parking enforcement officer to truly know that a particular car is in violation of the street sweeping ordinance is to follow what's going on by the sign, for the precise reason that was just explained. They start out in tandem together, but if they have to stop, they get out of sync. And so there is no way for a parking enforcement officer to effectively, with integrity, say, oh, I know that this street sweeper has already passed down this road, therefore I'm going to bypass this section of cars, even though the street sign says it's these hours. The only way to apply the rule, we've talked a lot about equity here, and I'm totally on board with that. The only way to really apply that equitably is to apply it within the hours equally in every neighborhood, as though the street sweeper had not yet passed by.
Okay, thank you for that. And then I'm going to look at the, you mentioned you're also going to be looking at the street name signs. And I just want to put, are we also looking at the ones that have lights? And I've been recording, I have a list already of all the ones that are missing.
So I would love to.
Yeah,
I'm an engineer and I love these things. I would love to look at all the ones that are either the larger ones that are lit up on top of the traffic signal pole arms and get an inventory and replace the ones that need to be replaced. Yeah.
Perfect. I'll send it to you. The city manager has my list already, and I have many of them already.
I would welcome your list.
And then, is there a way that we can maybe also add to this as they're looking at adding signs? Because this is a motion that we made several months ago as we put in the cameras. We wanted to have, well, that was part of my request, to put in that this is a street camera similar to what San Pablo has. And RPD has said, yes, we can do that. That's part of the motion. That was part of the request. I'm just wondering if we can incorporate this, since we're looking at signs, we can put those signs up as well.
I would have to confer then with whomever you gave direction to, whether it was Director Chavarria or RPD. I mean, we're here to serve the public and make Richmond better. I don't know the specifics of what you just asked, so I can't give you an informed response, but we'll do what we need to do.
Thank you. I think one of the chiefs will now, I think they were presenting, and not to put them in the hot seat, but I can follow up as well. But there's the signs similar to what San Pablo has, because I think that they also help to deter, so people know what they're there for, so people slow down, or just make sure that they know that they're being watched.
Like a surveillance sign, like,
Yeah,
smile,
it just says,
smile, you're on camera, something like that. Yeah, okay.
And San Pablo has them, so.
We're working on implementing that very idea. So
Perfect.
that is in process.
Perfect. So if you guys kind of work together, and if you're not already, as you're putting one sign up, you can put the other one up. So thank you. All right, I think I'm good for now. Thank you.
All right, my turn, finally. Martinez, the M's are below Z, I believe. In the spirit of April Fool's Day, I'd like to know whether or not you're going to put up signs 4 feet high for blind drivers to read in Braille. No? Okay. Well,
Changeable braille signs?
okay, aside
Mayor,
from
did
that,
you want changeable braille signs? So that automatically changes, based on the time of day?
yes, please.
Okay.
Yes, and I was really looking for signs that were 32 by 64, but
We can
people
put
went
one in front of your house.
people went the other way to 18 by 24, and I noticed that the design of the signs. I've had conversations with you about it. If you have a sign, it should. The most important information should be in biggest print. So the second Wednesday shouldn't be small print up at the top. It should replace the street sweeping, and the street sweeping become the small part, because it doesn't matter why you can't park there. What matters is that you can't park there at particular times. So I know that the signs have been made, and hopefully there's some way that we can correct the redesign without a massive cost. And aside from that, I noticed a beautiful piece of artwork on the corner of 29th and Nevin. It was our 28th and Nevin, one of those blocks. I had to stop, and it was a gray day, rainy, and the sky was white and gray, and the stop sign was also white and gray. And where I was sitting, it looked like a sign from up high telling me to stop. So if it had been red and white, maybe I might not have stopped, but since it was from up there, I said, yeah, I better stop. Anyway, other people might not have that same reaction, so replacing it with red and white sign that's readable instead of a exercise in white would be a good thing.
We will do so.
Okay, and aside from that, my jokes get worse, so I'll stop. So we need
We
to
have
give
7
direction.
speakers, Mayor.
Oh, we do. I'm so sorry. All right.
The speakers are Cordell Handler. Please come forward. 2 minutes.
Thank you. So good evening, Mayor Martinez, Council. I am Cordell Henley, and I'm a member of the Park Plaza Neighborhood Council, and thank you, Tafi, for this presentation. So when I was looking at the presentation, it kind of dawned on me. I said, out of all the neighborhoods that were mentioned in the slide, the ones that have not mentioned is is Country Club Vista. Because I looked at their, they have there's no street signs over in their area. And I'm like, wait a minute, you trying to make it more equitable? So I'm like, why not Country Club Vista? They need to have some signs there too, because how else are people going to know that what's being enforced? So and I do agree with Vice Mayor Cepeda. San Pablo, they do have their street sweeping signs, but it's at midnight every month. And so I'm like, hey, if San Pablo can do it, so can Richmond. So that's just food for thought. But my other concern is that we get certain neighborhoods, they get their streets swept on a monthly basis. So I'm like, why is this coming up now? It's like, I do like the concept of street sweeping, but no, let me back that up. I do like the resolution that's being proposed, but I want you to hear from the other speakers on what their concerns are about street sweeping. So I do like the amount, but hear from the other speakers.
Our next speaker is Mark Harper. And will the following individuals please come forward? Mark Walsenberg, David Wee, Jonas Julin, Clarita Griffin, and Sandy Jackson. If anyone is joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time. Mark Harper.
Hello. Good evening, council, mayor, public works, engineers, thank you. I live in a community that's by the golf course. I'm not sure what district it is. Is that your district, Ms. Wilson? Okay. And it's an enclosed community. Certainly the signs are an eyesore, but really the biggest thing I'm looking at is we've got a very well-kept community because we have a HOA and we have landscaping maintenance. They come in, they do the lawns, the yard keeping, all that kind of stuff, and they clean the streets after they cut, they assemble. So we don't have trash, we don't have, that kind of thing. And so it seems like to me, we end up with additional cleaning on the street that's already clean, unnecessary, that's extra work. Another issue with it is we are a 90% parked community. We have a through street, it's an enclosed community, there is nowhere to park. So our vehicles will take up the space where there is nowhere to park, and people will be left either parking in alleyways or other areas where they're not supposed to park, which is additional enforcement violations. And this creates an undue cost to the homeowners, that if we can't find a place to park our cars and we get cited, it's a cost. Plus the time that it takes to move our cars or find a place where we cannot move our cars to. A lot of people, as mentioned earlier, do work from home these days still. Not everybody's gone back to the office. And that is an additional thing to consider as well, with cars that will sit there and not move for, weeks at a time. I drive my truck once a month, maybe twice a month. And
Your time has expired.
thank you.
Is Mark Wassberg in the chambers? Okay, David Wee.
I thought it was 3 minutes.
2 minutes. 3 minutes, public hearing.
You just turned off the mic.
Okay. Greetings. There's such a disconnect from reality here. If we were to walk through every single one of the 16 neighborhoods that are slated for expansion, we wouldn't be able to fill a single trash bag. I'm being completely honest because I've done that. I've witnessed it. If you took the pictures that the contractors went through and looked through, you wouldn't be able to see any trash because most of these are HOA managed and they have regular, every single 2 weeks they have cleaners. There's a future where no one is being fined for simply living their life in the Iron Triangle, right? Where their street sweeping is already being enforced. Where once a month, neighbors aren't going to be fighting over limited parking. Where abandoned and derelict cars are dealt with directly, not through some side program with street sweeping. And our policies reflect the real fabric of Richmond, which is working class families, limited parking, and already clean streets. We can build a system that targets real problem areas and identifies actual trash and respecting the difference between neglect and fully occupied neighborhoods. I just suggest taking a visual tour one evening as people are returning home, look at the streets and look at the parking. And I understand the intent of street sweeping and the city, a city that looks out for its citizens and that values cleanliness, but this is gonna cause harm. And, I just think that last week we had Pam Saucer and the Men and Women of Valor. There's so many alternative solutions that we can have to just identifying high impact areas that would actually affect our storm drains. There's ways that around this. All of Richmond is going to get more and more upset. It's just me and a few others right now, but wait a little bit. It's going to be.
Your time has expired, sir. Thank you. Jonah Julian.
Hello. Hi, good evening, Council. My name is Jonas. I live in one of the areas that we get ticketed a lot. I've spent hundreds of dollars, and it's been a nice break the last few years. Because not only is it the money but it's the stress of once a month hearing the street sweeper and realizing that you forgot to move the car and running out before you can hopefully get a ticket. The signs suck, parking tickets suck, trash sucks. So there's no question, I would not wish it upon any other neighborhood to have to deal with this, but the reality is the Bay Area has 8 million people. Richmond's an urban area. There's more water line in Richmond than any other city. It's a coastal city. We have to protect the water. All of that trash goes to the water. It does not stay in one neighborhood. On a nice winter or fall day where there's no wind, our neighborhood looks totally clear and clean. There's no trash. In the summertime, when it gets windy, Richmond's a very windy city, trash comes down Carlson, miles away from where we live, and it piles up right in front of our house. And even though the trash is not, we are a clean neighborhood. We have no issues, but the wind blows it all into our area. The rain brings it down from the hills. So it's not like you might see it clean one day, another day it's going to be different. So it doesn't necessarily stay in one neighborhood. So we don't like it, but the reality is we need to keep our streets clean and ideally equitably distributed around to all of Richmond residents. Thank you.
Clarita Griffin.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Clarita Griffin of Southside District 3 Pullman Neighborhood Council in support of citywide street sweeping signs and street sweeping. To Councilperson Robinson's point, this has been a hot topic since we resumed our in-person neighborhood council meetings back in 2023. Yes, most of us, including myself, have experienced being ticketed prior to March 2020, and were outraged to discover this was not equitable in all neighborhoods. My neighborhood is majority of blue-collar trade folks with multiple generations in a household, so I understand the complexities of parking. But does the benefits outweigh the risk in citywide street sweeping? Absolutely. Because there are health benefits in reducing acute and chronic respiratory illnesses, hygienic streets, cleaner San Francisco Bay, and reducing risk of flooding and fire. And in recent times, especially in California, a lot of insurance companies have canceled insurances, like some of my relatives who live in El Sobrante, related to fire risk. So not adequately sweeping streets is a risk management issue and could contribute to folks losing their insurance. And if you have a mortgage on a property, then it could trigger a series of actions, including possibly foreclosure. So this is a bigger picture of complexities that involve our health, ecology, economics, and shelter. And that's why I'm in support of the citywide sweeping and signs in Richmond. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Sandy Jackson.
Hello. I'm Sandy Jackson. I am part of the Country Club Vista community, and a lot of us are, blue collar workers, nurses, everything. We pay for an HOA. We pay property tax. Now we're going to be ticketed along with it. Our HOA cleans once a week, every Thursday. Your cleaning is going to come once a month on a Wednesday before they clean on Thursday. And we're paying for this. One of the things that I was upset was about, there was no notice, there were no surveys, there was not a knock at the door, there was nothing. And there's several of people in my community that feel, I'm gonna preface this with, we didn't get any information, right? That, we feel like this is a sham. We already have the highest property tax in Richmond, right? And then now we're being forced to, a lot of us work from home. My wife works from home. When UPS parks and takes up all our parking space, where are we supposed to move our cars? 4 blocks away? My 80-year-old mother can't move her car 4 blocks away, Anyway, the time is running. We didn't get any environmental impact, anything. And the signs were covered up till this weekend. They covered all the signs. All the people that came around were in unmarked vehicles. I don't know if I didn't see any departmental works, none of that. There was no one we could talk to, we could ask information about or anything. And I don't think that's
Your time is
justified.
expired, sir.
Where did the money
Your
come
time
from?
is expired,
and where
sir.
is the money going to? None of that's explained to us. How is it paid for?
That was our last in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the online speakers.
We currently have 4 speakers. Those speakers are Lori Hart, Sean Dunning, Emily Ross, and someone with a MacBook Pro device. Lori, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, City Council and staff. Um, I'm Lori Hart with the RNCC and the PVNC. The RNCC, Councilwoman Robinson, has also brought this to the attention of Public Works. Carlos can attest to this as far as fair and equitable. And I feel sorry for all of the neighbors that are just now experiencing this. But it is not right for one neighborhood to be able to step what all of the other neighborhoods have to endure. Not to mention that we do need our streets clean. So I am grateful that this policy is back in place, that the enforcement is in place. It will also help a lot of cars who, we have situations where people are dropping cars off and leaving for periods of time. So that will rectify itself too. So I just appreciate the city council and I appreciate the city for understanding that as a measure to be fair and equitable, what you do for one, you need to do for all. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Sean Dunning. Sean, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. This is Sean Dunning, Richmond resident. With regard to the ticketing, it just seems like I don't know if anyone's ever considered installing license plate readers on the street sweepers themselves. That would seems to me to make complete sense. It would be quite obvious that someone's in the way of the street sweeper, and then that's what they're ticketed for. And if they want to dodge the street sweeper in between, then so be it. Anyway, just one thought. Not sure if it was ever considered. With regard to the penalty, if the goal is not to make money, but simply to get people to move their cars so the street sweepers can go by, perhaps I'm not sure if any research has been done on, what's the pain point that leads people to actually move their cars. I know that if I have to be out of town, sometimes I'm traveling for a week or more, and I'm just going to have to eat it. I'm going to have to pay the bill, whatever. For other people that for whatever reason, like in District 3, where it's super dense, and I've seen it myself, and there's no way to move across the street when there's nowhere to move. For when people decide, oh well, I'm just going to have to eat it, why not make it a lower threshold? Why not even make it a forgiveness program where the policy is anyone who asks for forgiveness gets it absolved. But the process of having to do that, to go online to ask for forgiveness, to say, please, can I not have to pay, that alone might be enough that would still lead people to move their cars if they can. So if they can't, they're going to be paying 25, 50, 100, whatever. But if they can, then, anyway, so just some common sense here. Just not sure if you ever considered it. Thanks.
Thank you. The next speaker is Emily Ross. Emily, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, council and community. My name is Emily Ross. I'm a Richmond resident. I'll start by saying I support citywide signage and enforcement. I've had the opportunity to live in 2 beautiful Richmond neighborhoods over the last 13 years, one in District 5 and one in District 3. Both of these neighborhoods were working class. We've cared about our streets, about each other. We've looked out for each other in our block. And both neighborhoods I'm referring to have had issues with the cleanliness of our streets. This was not because we didn't care about our neighborhoods. It was a combination of factors like illegal dumping, blow off from a freeway, living right off a freeway, and the wind is literally taking garbage from the freeway onto our streets. And then landlords that skimp on garbage service they provide to apartment building tenants. So there's overflow and on the trash comes by and picks it up and kind of blows trash through the street. So just wanted to like address that accusation that some people don't keep their streets clean and they should be punished, and wealthy neighborhoods should be left alone. I've also, both of these neighborhoods have had parking difficulties, and we still find a way to move our cars and make it work. The reason for enforcement is to serve as a deterrent to people not moving their cars, to have more effective street sweeping. So I appreciate the moratorium on enforcement during the pandemic early years, and it makes sense to revive the enforcement mechanism now to make street sweeping more effective. And I support hardship exemptions for people with financial barriers to pay, but I do, think it's worthwhile to notify and enforce. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And the next speaker is MacBook Pro. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Ardo Rentila. I'm calling from the Richmond Neighborhood Coordinating Council, otherwise known as the RNCC. We've been dealing with this street sweeping issue since pre-COVID, and we've always advocated for equity, and including on the signs. The language on the signs should be the same throughout. Doesn't matter what neighborhood you're in. One of the issues that I do have is that we are scheduled to start our street sweeping next month, and we still have signs that are not legible. And another concern I have with outsourcing these jobs, to me, it's a form of union busting, and we shouldn't be hiring outside contractors, especially for something that's this simple. Especially for someone that's been in construction for a long time. You could easily build a template, set it on the sidewalk, mark your holes, and drill the holes out. It shouldn't be that difficult because, as Vice Mayor Cepeda stated, there are people complaining about these poles being put in the wrong areas and signs being put in the wrong areas. So I want to thank Tawfiq for his presentation, and Carlos, I will see you at the next RNCC meeting, and thank you all.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker for this item.
Thank you. So now I'm back on the road with a proper motion. So do we have, we don't need to make a motion to direct staff, do we?
Yes.
Yes, we do? Okay. Well then who's?
With appropriate funding.
I'll make the motion to accept the staff recommendation. I don't have it in front of me to read. Could you read it for?
Yes, go ahead.
Just wanted to ask if we would be able at this juncture to incorporate perhaps doing a text alert. Just getting that on the ball, just getting the ball rolling on that to just see how we can, coordinate that to get it established. So, we may not do it the first or get it rolling like the first couple street sweeps, but eventually getting that into play.
If I may, we have an IMS system that was mentioned earlier this evening that staff are currently working to deploy. So what I would say is that should be an item that council brings up during the budget development. So then staff can research what the costs are and then can let you know what the bandwidth is of the IT department to deploy that. We definitely think it's a good idea, but we do think it's important that we look at the fiscal impact of that, utilizing that technology, and then the council can prioritize it to staff.
So can I make a motion then to adopt the resolution and appropriate $564,131.17 from the existing fund balance in the SB1 fund for citywide sign, street light, and traffic signal pole collection data, and to direct staff to investigate the feasibility of starting a text alert program for city residents to alert them to when street sweeping is happening on their block, to investigate it. That is my motion.
May I ask another question of staff?
We need a second before you start talking.
Okay.
I'll second.
Thank you.
Thank you. A question that somebody had asked me, and I just remembered it. As it comes to trees, if there's damage from a tree to the sidewalk, the homeowner is responsible for the sidewalk. So they placed this question to me this past weekend. If someone gets injured or hurt because of the new poles, or the pole falls, or whatever it might be, and it's on their sidewalk, because they're responsible for it, is the city now taking liability for anything that happens with that sidewalk?
We defer to the city attorney.
Mr. Alshire. Your microphone's off.
I'm not answering theoretical liability questions concerning the city.
But if the sidewalk, so in our ordinance, the sidewalk belongs to the people, right? The residents. That's what our ordinance currently says. And then we're placing something on a sidewalk that now is liability for the individual. I'm just trying to figure out the points that we have in our ordinance, and if this has been thought through as well. I know that we're thinking through the trees, but are the signs that we're putting, because now we're putting a sign in somebody else's liability.
I'm not going to answer a theoretical question.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
The issue of analyzing the liability that I don't even know where the sign is, what the factual situation is. So I'm not going to answer a theoretical question about potential liability.
Well, the signs are on the sidewalk that we just placed.
I'm not answering a question about something I can't see, and I can't go look at the ordinance that you're talking about.
Well, it's Richmond Municipal Code ordinance.
Right.
You can keep asking. I'm not going to answer.
Okay, so you don't want to answer my question is what you're saying, because you could look up the RMC to see what it says.
The council has not asked me to go do a research and answer a question on behalf of a citizen of what their liability might be.
And not a citizen, on behalf of everyone. Even the ones that are placed already, not the new ones, but even all of them. Because the trees are going to be affecting us.
I mean, there's never been in all the years that we've been doing street signs in the city of Richmond, I don't know that residents have ever been responsible for replacing or doing maintenance on street signs.
And then that's kind of where my question is going. So if something happens, if the tree damages the sidewalk and they have to replace the sidewalk
I think
with the
trees
sign.
are a whole other issue. I'm not speaking to trees right now, but we're just talking about creating a maintenance plan so we can assess the condition of signs so that we have a budget to repair and replace signs, and that is a city responsibility to repair, replace, and maintain street signs.
And your question has nothing to do with the item.
Well, it does. It's the signs, we're discussing signs that we are replacing around, and it's the update.
We are discussing appropriating $564,131.17 for doing the work. We're not discussing the work itself.
Yeah, right before that, we were receiving a presentation of the installation of the street signs. So that goes to the installation of the street signs. So the city attorney doesn't want to answer it, and I'll take that as the answer. Thank you.
Well, next item.
We need to vote.
Wow.
Motion by
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson and second by Councilmember Wilson. Councilmember Brown?
Brown.
Oh, okay, sorry. Councilmember Brown?
Yeah. I need more coffee.
Councilmember Brown, how are you voting?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
The motion passes. This is 9.
Now, may we move on to the next item?
Next item is item X4. Is to direct staff to immediately include tree wells for all capital improvement projects that include sidewalks and have not yet completed their design, or where a non-cost prohibitive change order could be used to adjust the design to include tree wells where it is feasible. Feasibility should be based on our new sidewalk standards and policy once they are completed. Direct staff to create a clear definition of what feasibility is as it relates to ADA accessibility, legal, and safety constraints. Direct staff to work with local nonprofits, community groups, and residents to plant trees in these new and old tree wells and create and implement a regular tree maintenance plan to take care of the trees once they are planted. No speakers? We have one speaker in person. If there's anyone online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time.
All right, who's making the presentation?
No presentation, but was brought forth in partnership with Councilmember Robinson. And see if she wants to add anything to it. But my ultimate goal was to increase the tree canopies around Richmond. We need more trees, and figuring out locations where we can plant more, especially in communities that don't have tree wells, that they were never incorporated to begin with, communities like Parkchester and other communities around Richmond. So as we're starting to install more sidewalks, that we have this in mind to making sure that we're placing trees all around Richmond. So Councilman Robinson, anything else to add there?
Just to add to that, we did meet with city staff and kind of work out. They're working on wow, it's late. They're working on a whole program to actually define standards for sidewalks that will make sure we have proper ADA access, that'll make sure everything is there. And so we wanted to bring this forward so that, you know, while we're moving forward with sidewalk-related capital improvement projects, that wherever it is feasible, as defined by staff, you know, given those ADA and other constraints, that we're giving the opportunity to leave room for greening the urban environment for trees. And that's pretty much it. And it came up because there were sidewalks that are going in now that don't have these things planned in. And it was realized by Councilmember Zepeda, and it was just a missed opportunity because then we go back later on with our urban greening plan and, you know, other things to expand the urban canopy and, you know, kind of protect against heat island effect and climate change things. And then we spend a bunch of money just to break up that sidewalk that we make to make a tree well. So why do that? Just plan it from the beginning if it's possible, if there's enough room, and instead of having to go back and undo something you did. So yeah, that's it.
And I see the Public Works Deputy Director, too. I don't know if he's got anything to add. He was part of the meeting as well. And I know that he has other additional items. Unfortunately, couldn't pull the item off, but we will bring the other parts as well to further amend and further add to this item. So I don't know, Robert, you want to say anything else, or we're good?
I think this is a good time to actually consider a look at the urban forestry guide to the city. I think instead of just dealing with it piecemeal, we should look at the entire ordinance that describes how we should be looking at our urban forestry.
I think that there's a lot of there's a new superintendent for Public Works, and he's got great plans and a lot of experience with urban forestry. And actually, Councilmember Zepeda brought this issue to the UFAC, and in that, one, we were made aware that Public Works would like to, is embarking on an effort to have a whole reconsideration and standards being set around sidewalks. But the new superintendent of parks also has wants to put forward a revision to the tree ordinance that would address a number of different things. And so all these things are coming. I think this effort is to make it clear, and a clear agreement, that anything that is in design phase now, that they need to consider our efforts at urban forestry. So we don't wait until these things are completed in a year or 2 years and then start putting in tree wells, but that way they would be considered now for things that are in design. So we don't miss those opportunities.
And then the tree planting would be in collaboration with nonprofits, community, anyone who wants to help plant trees, and that's part of the agenda as well, so that we can all reap the benefits of our trees.
Can we hear from our public speakers?
We have one public speaker, Jamie Purcell.
Me too.
You all probably know what I'm going to say, which is that I love to hear that we're going to have more trees. We have had an unfortunate shortfall of trees within the city. We can go through all the various different things, but I really want to actually thank the mayor for bringing up one of the bigger issues, which is that we should be addressing what kind of trees are we putting in. We should be putting in native trees that are indigenous to this area, so that way we are increasing the biodiversity and supporting our natural insect life as well, not putting in horrible trees that create VOCs like eucalyptus. And so I really appreciate that this is being brought forward. I hope that the greatest welling of trees will be within the flats, because I know that that's where it gets the hottest. But I hope that whatever plan goes forward, that really that people are being brought in, because there's nothing more heartwarming and nothing that connects somebody more to their environment than knowing that they had a hand in making sure that that tree was planted, not just for them, but for people to enjoy 10, 20, 30 years down the line. Thank you.
That was our last speaker.
All right.
Cordell, you didn't speak? That was going to be you coming up.
Yes, please.
So just one additional comment. You know, the UFAC, the Urban Forestry Advisory Council, is working in collaboration with the new superintendent to update the tree list, to see, using actually other cities in the Bay Area, tree lists that include more native plants, and also making an effort to remove trees from the list that are problematic, like eucalyptus and some others. So that effort is underway, and we do want to do it in collaboration with the new superintendent, who has a lot of experience. They're actually an arborist. Right. Woohoo! That was a long effort to get somebody who actually had arborist skills. So these things are in motion, and there's a lot of work being done. And I think we're going to see over the next year or two all of these efforts kind of coming together with a really well thought out programmatic approach to urban greening, to sidewalks, to all these things.
Thank you. That's how we want to go, how we want to roll. Okay, so
Motion? We like to do it?
You need a motion for this?
All right, I'll motion to approve my item.
Second.
I'll second it.
Ready? Councilmember Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Zepeda.
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
a green yes.
Okay, the motion passes. And our last item, reports of officers, referrals to staff, and general reports, including AB 1234 reports, limited to 2 minutes per council member.
Yes, go ahead.
Quickly, I did want to report on the formation of a new task force for the McDonald Avenue corridor. Myself, Mayor Martinez, and Councilmember Brown are working collaboratively with the Richmond Main Street project, as well as the Chamber of Commerce, and hopefully other residents and business owners along McDonald Avenue, to take short-term and long-term steps to support economic development and improvements along the McDonald Avenue corridor. And I think we had our first meeting. It was pretty exciting, talking about all the existing plans, talking about what the potential is there, and then really talking about what we can do, like, to make a difference in the short term, like cleaning the streets better, making it feel safe for people, specifically supporting businesses with existing programs like the facade improvement, making sure the business owners know about it, but also creating a vision, 5, 10, 20-year vision for McDonald Avenue. Like, what are the development opportunities for those vacant lots, for the lots that the city owns, for the buildings that are vacant, what are the things that we can do to make sure that that whole space gets activated? So we just had our first kind of kickoff meeting. We're going to be inviting people to join the task force and kind of growing it and moving it forward. So I'm really excited about that. And I just wanted to make sure that everyone knew that that is a thing now, and we're going to be moving it. And there'll be things that people can see in the landscape over the next months. Thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Brown?
Thank you. On Saturday, I had the opportunity to present a proclamation on behalf of the city in remembrance of Detective Orlando O.J. Johnson at RPAL, just before his children unveiled a new mural of a portrait of him, of Detective Johnson, that will continue to remind us of his life and legacy. So when you drive past RPAL and you look on the side, you'll now see Detective Johnson displayed there as a continued reminder of everything that he's contributed to Richmond over the 22 years that he was with RPD. Also attended the fire pinning, which was a great celebration honoring our first responders, as well as thank you to the Board of Supervisors for an amazing Cesar Chavez event and celebration where they honored youth within the district for the Youth Hall of Fame Awards, also included in that celebration. And big congratulations to Kaylin Mathis, which is one of our own, who was honored for the Perseverance Award. And so it was just amazing, an amazing time. The dancers, the live music, all going down right there in the chamber. So that was a great event. Thank you.
Councilmember Cepeda, Vice Mayor Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez, Mayor. I want to just put out there, I attended the Sayonara event for the youth that were visiting us from Japan. And in a couple of months, it's going to be Richmond's turn to go to their country. But it was a really great event. The youth seemed to really enjoy learning more about Richmond, learning more about West County and the Bay Area as a whole. So they had a lot of fun. I also had my third annual District 2 meeting. It was really great attended. It was at the Shields Reeds Community Center and had a really great time. At the end, it was a lot of individuals coming out and wanting to talk about their concerns and their issues. So I really appreciate them being there and listening to the updates, but also more importantly, me listening to them and what they wanted to see in terms of future budget items for at the council level. And I also attended, both myself and Deputy's Public Works Director attended the Cal City's Transportation, Communications, and Public Works Policy Committee meeting in Burbank last week. And lots and lots of knowledge that was gained from there, especially several items that Cal Cities is looking to support that will really help out the city of Richmond. And I'm going to bring some of these to City Council in future agenda items to see if we're looking to support them as well. Some of them such as clean fleet transitions, bills supporting critical infrastructure programs, roads, public facilities, broadband. SB 476, for example, will aim at copper wire theft, so making it a lot harder for people to sell copper wire. So that, I think, it's a bill that we're going to want to support. And there's a lot of other bills that are coming up in the next session that our council might want to either know about it and or also support or not support, because there's some bills that we opposed that I think are also good for the council that might want to gain our support to not support. So I'll be bringing those forward. So that is all for now. Thank you.
Councilmember Wilson.
Last week I attended my first personnel board meeting of my lifetime as the council liaison, and I get the sense that it was actually very unusual because the three-person board voted unanimously to decline to amend a certain job classification, which I get the sense that doesn't happen that often because usually things work out. Was the sense I got. But I raise it because it might be something, if people have questions, they can come to me. It was about code enforcement and deciding which current Richmond staffers would take on the duty of doing code enforcement of sidewalk vendors who are not in the zones where they're supposed to be doing their sidewalk vending. Long story short, the Human Resources Department had brought forth a proposal to have the construction inspectors take on code enforcement of sidewalk vendors, which they valiantly tried, but there were 2 staff members and their union rep who came to report to the personnel board that it was going terribly and that they didn't think they were the right people for the job, and the personnel board agreed. So they declined to amend their job classification to add those duties, and I think the idea is that probably HR has to rethink who's going to handle that and come back with another suggestion in a future meeting. So for those of us, I know we have interest in enforcement. So there's an open question of who should be enforcing the sidewalk vending ordinance. That's it.
Well, I went, actually, the city manager mentioned it, but I also attended the fire pinning for promotions, which was a really great event. I felt very happy that our public safety staff is very proud to be part of Richmond. So if we, we should continue to support them as we have, and they appreciate the council and the council support. And then I also went to the farmers market and to the vendors on Saturday to show my support for the work that we're doing in terms of providing commerce for our citizens, for our residents. And then Sunday, I went to the last day of the celebration of the Dalai Lama's 90th birthday. It was a 3-day prayer event, and it took place in 3 cities: New York City, somewhere in Minnesota, and here in Richmond, California. So we were the three places where they gathered to pray for peace. And with that, this meeting is adjourned.
It's not April Fool's. It is not an April Fool's?